Welcome in, everybody. Glad y'all could be here this morning. It's going to be a great day of college softball. As the first game of the day, it started a little bit earlier than what I thought it was going to, but Nebraska, number 8, is all over undefeated number 10 LSU. We're here in the top of the 4th inning. It was a 1-0 game. Nebraska had some throwing errors, and then the bats have gotten hot. For Nebraska, Jordy Ball with the hit. And with this big inning, it's now 5-0. LSU has brought in Monticelli, the transfer from Oklahoma. They're at LSU now. She is coming in relief, and we're going to see if she can stop this avalanche that Nebraska has put all over LSU. LSU came in 6-0. Looking good. They had clean game, no errors, and kind of similar to the OU game the other day. Just whenever you have errors and you have mistakes on what should be basic plays, they can cost you, and that's what's happened here to LSU here in the 4th inning. But this is just the first of many. Over the next 4 days, we're going to have 17 ranked, unranked matchups. It's going to be incredible. And then, of course, Oklahoma plays tomorrow. They start at 11 o'clock, and then they play right after that first game, like a half hour after that. So I will be doing a live stream for both OU games tomorrow. So if you're able, hope you guys can get on and join me. If you're a fan of Oklahoma content, softball in general, if you're a military vet of any kind, me being an Army vet, I like to show love and support to our military and our troops. So those are the things that I like to talk about and do. So a lot of OU content, and then some military content is what I like to do. So, but welcome. I'm glad you guys are here to spend your Thursday morning and your Thursday here with me. I'm going to try to go as long as I can. We have games. Games are going to go all day. So we'll see how long I can go. I got plenty of coffee. I'm ready to go. So it's gonna be a great day. Great day of softball. You guys let me know where you guys are watching from. So if you saw my comments, if you've been on my live streams earlier in the week, the plan is right here or behind me. I'm going to put up a easel with the map of the U.S. and we're gonna put pins in to locate where all you guys are watching from. And so the goal is, can we get Center fans watching on this Blessed Vet channel from every state? So far, we are off to a great start. We've had Puerto Rico, we've had Japan, we've had Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana. I'm up here in the St. Louis area. So we have Missouri, we've had Illinois, North Carolina, and Georgia. So that's the goal for this year, y'all. Can we get Center fans from all over the country? Now, I don't know about you. I don't know any Sooner fans in Alaska. Alaska may be tough to get, but we'll see. I know that Sooner Nation is all over the world, but Alaska may be a tough one to get, though, but we'll see. So game has started back up. Nebraska is out here pitching. 5-0 game, bottom of the 4th. It was a 1-0 going to the top of the 4th. Errors from LSU, and it has cost them, and it's now a 5-0 lead. So we'll see if LSU can start to chip away at this lead and come back. But what a great matchup. First game of the matchup of the day, number 8 Nebraska and number 10 LSU. Nebraska currently up 5-0. So it's going to be a great day. I'm so glad that softball is here. I was excited for this weekend here. The Shriners tournament there in Clearwater, Florida, man, talk about a tournament. Talk about just all the big dogs coming into playing one tournament together. It's amazing. I would love to see Oklahoma go to that, y'all. Would love to see Oklahoma go play in this tournament. And regardless of whether you lose games or not, but man, just getting tested, getting to see what you're really made of mentally, physically, man, what a great tournament to go through. Weather there is perfect. And hey, it's Florida in the wintertime, so Who would want to not be there, right? So first batter of the game, or first batter of the inning here for LSU. They have a full count. See if they can get anything going. And over, so I am watching the Nebraska LSU game on ESPN2. If you go over to the SEC network, it is Georgia and Oklahoma State. So another great game right there that's going on right now is we're going to have wall-to-wall great softball all day long. So LSU with a foul ball. But y'all let me know where y'all are watching from. What are your thoughts on Oklahoma? Are you disappointed? Are you excited? Or with them being a really, really young team, are they about where you thought they would be? This Nebraska pitcher, number 99, I'm not sure what her name is. What I watched her a little bit last week. She looked good. Just got herself another strikeout. And so far, LSU has no answer at all for this pitcher from Nebraska. Nebraska, y'all, they're going to be a great team. You got her, and you got Jordy Ball. You got Hanacor that transferred from Oklahoma to go to Nebraska. So Nebraska is definitely going to be a threat come postseason for sure. Of course, it's Jordy Ball's last year. So of course, Nebraska would love to see them find a way for her to get a title there at Nebraska, where she's from. Line drive hit off the first baseman's glove for Nebraska, and LSU got something. And y'all, that's what it takes. Just get anything. Just get something started. Could this be the spark that LSU needs to get back in the game? After this game, we have Florida State, Texas Tech. It's going to be another great game. So it's a very exciting time to be watching softball. First day of what's going to be a massive, massive weekend for the sport. And I'm so glad that y'all could be here to watch some of this with me. So let me know where you guys are watching from. Are you guys watching from work? Are you guys at home? I'm also live on X, Twitter, so you can also watch me there. But you guys let me know what y'all think. What are your thoughts today? Are you excited for today? Man, I know it's an Oklahoma playing yet, but man, all the great matchups that we're going to see. A lot of top 20s playing each other, a lot of top 10 matchups throughout the weekend. So, man, come Monday morning, rankings are going to look a lot different, y'all. Going to look a lot different. As Oklahoma State is already up 1-0 over on Georgia. They're in the first inning. LSU trying to steal. And the catcher, or the short drops the ball. So bottom of the fourth, if you're just tuning in, Nebraska, number 8 is all over number 10 LSU, 5-0. It was a great game going into the top of the fourth, and with errors, and the bats got hot for Nebraska. Nebraska kind of opened this thing up to build that 5-0 lead. LSU has a runner on second, 1 out, trying to get something going to get back in this game. So if you're just tuning in and you're near your TV, you have Nebraska and LSU over here on ESPN2. And then on the SEC network, you have Oklahoma State, who currently is up 1-0 over Georgia. So going to have great games going all day, ranked matchups all day. And then, of course, tomorrow we have Oklahoma playing. They play 2 tomorrow, and then they play 2 on Valentine's Day. And Valentine's Day is just right around the corner, fellas. So make sure you guys take care of your wives, your loved ones, that special someone. I don't want to see all y'all get in trouble now. But OU will get things started tomorrow at 11 o'clock against New Mexico State. And then the game after that, they play. No, I'm sorry. They start out with Montana, then they play New Mexico State tomorrow. So back-to-back games tomorrow for the Sooners. They had I feel like a pretty good weekend, opening weekend, coming out of Arizona 3-1. Very young team. Of course, they lost game 1 to Arizona, where they just kind of fell apart there in the 6th inning, but they came back with that 21-3 dominant performance on Saturday. Sunday, that was a great game. Sooners started out on top 1-0. Kirsten Dill, just wasn't her day, had a very rough outing. Audrey Lowry came in and saved the day for Oklahoma. Sooners had to come back in the 7th and get a couple of back-to-back bombs to come back and win that game. We saw some Sooner magic, so that was great to see. And so, yeah, we'll see how they come out of tomorrow. This weekend for Oklahoma, it should be name your score. It should be 5 games of just run rules. So just time for them to get everything right defensively, pitching especially. Pitching is going to have to get better. It's going to have to get better, which it will. Of course, this is a very young season, but if the Sooners are going to reach the goals that they want to reach by the end of the season, pitching is something that they're definitely going to have to get better at. And what's just crazy to me is the 2 young pitchers in Audrey Lowry and Alyssa Parker. They looked really good over the weekend there in Arizona. And then you get to Kirsten Dill, Cindy Berzon. They both struggled. So it was just kind of weird to see the underclassmen look really, really well and pitch like they're seniors and they've been there, done that. And then just to see the 2 ladies that have been there, done that, just to struggle like they did, just backwards. It was really weird to see. It's LSU with a flyout, and so LSU leaves ladies on first and second, not able to capitalize and do anything with it. So going to the top of the 5th, Nebraska is up 5-0 over number 10 LSU. We're at commercial break here. So let's go check in on Oklahoma State. And Georgia. We want to keep an eye, of course, on all these other SEC teams, kind of see what they look like, what are they made of, whenever Oklahoma gets a crack at them here later in the SEC play. So we have bottom of the first, Oklahoma State up 1-0 over Georgia. Oklahoma State comes in ranked number 23, Georgia 17. So if you're just tuning in, Nebraska is all over number 10 LSU. Nebraska being number 8, 5-0. It was a great game there in the 4th. A couple errors for LSU, and then the bats got hot. Jordy Ball with one of the hits for Nebraska, and they've opened that game up to a 5-0 lead there in the 5th inning. So it's going to be a mountain to climb if you're LSU and trying to come back today against Nebraska. So we just turned it on. The other game that got started up not too long ago was Oklahoma State and Georgia over on the SEC network. Oklahoma State up early 1-0. As Oklahoma State gets a strikeout to start the game. So you guys let me know where you all are watching from. David, you're getting in trouble. Why are you getting in trouble, man? Come on. So, David, you're another one. I know you're not a Sooners fan. That's okay. I know you're a big Indiana fan. So I know you're pretty excited about college football, but Damon is my uncle. He's up there in Indiana. So glad you could be here, Unc. Good to see you. Glad you could join me here for a little bit to watch softball. I don't know much about Indiana softball, Damon, but glad you tuned in to watch the Clearwater tournament here with us. But that's another state down. So Indiana, that's another one to add to the list. So that's the goal. If you're just tuning in, I'm going to have a map right here behind me. Should be in tomorrow. And so I'll be able to pinpoint where everybody comes in and they watch live streams with us, where everybody's located. And so the goal is to get somebody from every state. So that's the plan. Hey, Damon, why are you getting in trouble? What are you doing that you shouldn't be, sir? What's going on? You still got times for Valentine's Day. Now you still got time. You better make that right. I don't want to see you get in trouble now. All right, so here we go. Nebraska is still up 5-0. They're over there in the 5th inning as they are all over LSU. And currently we have it on Oklahoma State. They're up 1-0 over Georgia. Georgia has 1 out, and they have a runner on first. So we'll see if they can't respond and tie the game. Y'all that are in here, let me know where y'all are watching from. And just what are your thoughts so far on college softball, Oklahoma? Who do y'all have as who are y'all thinking is going to win the title this year? I'm going with, of course, Oklahoma. I think their talent, their roster is just on paper. To me, they're the most talented roster. Now they're very, very young. For y'all that may not know, Oklahoma's roster, it's a 2-to-1 ratio of underclassmen versus upperclassmen. 14 freshmen and sophomores compared to just 7 junior and seniors. So very young team for Oklahoma, but they got a lot of valuable experience this past weekend out there in Arizona as they took 2 or 3 from at the time number 18 Arizona at their place. So it was a great weekend, great experience for them. And so this weekend, Oklahoma, they have a light schedule, a lot of inferior teams. So they should have no trouble. It should be 5 blowouts for Oklahoma this weekend. And so they should be headed over or out to California for the Mary Nutter at 8-1. In their rankings, they did lose that 1 game to Arizona. So OU fell a spot to number 4. We saw multiple top 10 upsets over the weekend. So Oklahoma went down, Texas went down, Arkansas went down. We saw Duke lose to Boston University, so nobody saw that one coming either. But it's still really, really early here in the 2026 softball season, so who knows what we're going to see? But I'm excited that it's here. excited to see if OU can't get back on top and get Patty her 9th national title. And make sure that y'all say a prayer for Jen Rocha as she's still recovering back home there in Texas. She is the pitching coach for Oklahoma. She's the best that's out there. She's been dealing with some health issues, so make sure that y'all say a prayer for her, and hopefully we see her back in the OU dugout soon. As the former pitcher Carly Keeney, she's kind of filled in for now for Jen Rocha as the pitching coach, and so I think she's going to do a wonderful job for Oklahoma. Because pitching, that's one thing. I like the pitching staff for Oklahoma for sure. I like what they have this year better than last year. Last year, Ardulari was a freshman. Of course, you had Sam Landry, and that's who Oklahoma rode most of the year. So it almost felt like, as an OU fan, every game, if the offense wasn't on it, then Sam Landry better be. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that that they should be able to pitch by committee this season. So that'll be a lot better than just having to rely on one arm and hoping that they never have a bad day. But Sam got them all the way to finish number 3 in the country. So not too bad. And what some people consider last year for Oklahoma as a rebuilding year. If that's a rebuilding year, then what's it going to be this year? You know what I mean? What's that going to look like? So flip back to the LSU Nebraska game, see how that's going. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure that if y'all are in here that y'all hit that like and subscribe button as we're trying to grow here. As Jordy Frem, formerly known as Jordy Ball, the phenom at Oklahoma for a couple years, she was there and she got herself a couple national titles. She was part of the OU team that just had the one loss that whole year. I believe their final record was 61-1. So Jordy was at Oklahoma for a couple years. She got homesick, went back home to Nebraska, and is trying to build something there. This is her senior year. So Jordy's hoping to bring a national title back to her hometown and state of Nebraska. As she's out here now pitching for Oklahoma, Nebraska, trying to close this game out. And what a start this would be for Nebraska to get a win over an undefeated top 10 LSU team. Big weekend of college softball. If you're just tuning in, today was the start of the Shriners Clearwater tournament there in Florida. We're going to have 17 ranked-on-ranked matchups. And so we started out with a bang today with number 8 Nebraska up 5-0, currently over number 10 LSU. And this is on ESPN2. If you go over to the SEC network, you can follow along and watch Georgia and Oklahoma State. That one just got started. And in that game, after the first inning, Oklahoma State was up 1-0 in that one. After this LSU-Nebraska game, it's going to be Texas Tech and gosh, who is that team? I forgot. Dang it. It'll come back to me. Bottom of the 5th inning in the Nebraska-LSU game. 2 outs for LSU. Jordy Ball looking like the beast that she is. Jordy Ball is such a good pitcher. One of the best to ever do this in college softball. Of course, last year she had a lot of health issues. had some injuries to battle, so she wasn't able to be herself. But this year, season's young, but she looks like the Jordy Ball of old for sure. Here to start off the 2026 season. As LSU is trying to find anything to get them going to get back in this game. But when you're going and trying to get some runs against Jordy Ball, that's a tough ask. Jordy is one of the best to do it ever. So Oklahoma State up 1-0 in the top of the second over Georgia. After this, we're going to have Texas Tech against Florida State. So you're going to have number 6 against number 1. So a lot of great matchups this weekend, a lot of top 10 matchups this weekend. You couldn't ask for more. I mean, we don't ever see this in college football where you see 17 ranked on ranked matchups in a given weekend. Man. But I'm glad to see softball does this though. You know, they have this early season tournament. You get the best of the best out here to compete and see what you're made of at the start of the season. So really, really excited that they've been doing this Shriners tournament there in Florida for a while. Of course, Oklahoma came out last weekend. They had a comeback win from thanks to Kendall Wells against Arizona State in that first game. They blew the second game against Arizona. And then they were able to come back that second game, and it was just complete domination with that 21-3 win over Arizona. And then in game 3, they had some center magic to win that series. So after 5, Nebraska is up 5-0 over LSU. So unless we see some late inning heroics, it looks like LSU is going to get their first loss of the season, and Nebraska is going to get them a big, massive top 10 win. So y'all let me know where y'all are watching from today. Let me know in the comments. Like I said, right behind me, I'm going to have a map. And so the goal is by the end of the season, we're going to have fans watching from all over the country. And so I'm going to put a pin in from wherever you're watching from. And so that's the goal. Can we fill up all 50 states by the end of the season? We're off to a good start. I want to say we're at about 10 different states right now, I believe. So we're off to a great start with that. But I'll have that right up here behind me tomorrow. Everything should be in tomorrow. So I'll have that going. And so that's the goal. Can we get Sooner fans and just fans in general of college softball from every state? So we're just at commercial break here. Thank y'all for being here with me. Make sure that y'all hit that like button. And if you're new here, hit that subscribe button for me. I do a lot of Oklahoma content, a lot of OU softball. I'll do some football content in the fall. And then just being a military vet, I like to do content where we give love and appreciation to all of our veterans and all of our troops and our military. As this is a big season, as 4 Hall of Fame pitchers. So you have Jordy Ball, of course, is a senior. She's there at Nebraska. You have Tegan Kavan at Texas. She's a senior. Of course, you have Najee Kennedy. She's a senior. And then you have Carlin Pickens from Tennessee, also a senior. So this is the last year for them. I mean, they're all going to be Hall of Fame caliber players when they're all said and done. But this is the last shot for them. Four great pitchers from across the country. So we'll see if any of them can get it done. As we see LSU here in the top of the sixth, somebody that OU fans should be familiar with, Peyton Monticelli, transferred from Oklahoma. She's here now at LSU, looking to keep Nebraska at bay and just keep it a 5-run game. As LSU now is just down to 6 outs to try to get this comeback. So currently we have the Nebraska LSU game going on. Nebraska's up 5-0. Over on the SEC network, you have Oklahoma State, who is now up 2-0 over Georgia. Coming into that game, Oklahoma State is 23, and Georgia's ranked number 17. This game here, you have number 8 Nebraska against number 10 LSU. After this game, we're going to see number 1 against number 6 with Texas Tech and Florida State. So just an incredible day of college softball. I mean, barely afternoon. It's going to be barely, it'll be early afternoon, and we're already going to have seen 4 top 10 teams play. Just incredible day of softball. Y'all let me know in the comments where you guys are watching from. What are your thoughts on softball? What are your thoughts in general? Just what are y'all thinking? Fly out for Nebraska for the first out here in the top of the 6th. So we'll just switch over to the Oklahoma State Georgia game. Rough day for LSU. So let's see if Georgia can come back from this down now 2-0 against Oklahoma State. So just tuning into the Georgia-Oklahoma State game, Oklahoma State up 2-0 over Georgia, but they have bases loaded, 1 out. So Oklahoma State is looking to blow this thing wide open here early in the 2nd inning. Coming into the game, Oklahoma State ranked number 23, Georgia 17. I'm glad y'all could be here today. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you hit that like for me. And if you enjoy being here, maybe hit that subscribe button for me. My smaller channel is trying to grow. My next goal is trying to get to 700. So we'll try to reach that goal and then move on to the next. So for y'all that made us be tuning in, Nebraska is all over LSU. They're up 5-0. It was a rough 4th inning for LSU. Nebraska has brought in Jordy Fram, formerly known as Jordy Ball, to close that one out. That game is in the 6th inning. Currently, I have it on Oklahoma State, Georgia. Oklahoma State already up 2-0 over Georgia in the 2nd inning. 2 outs, but they have bases loaded. After this game, we're going to definitely be watching Texas Tech, number 1 in the country, of course. Tech and Nazareth Kennedy taking on number 6 Florida State. So really excited to see Tech go up against some top-notch competition. Of course, last weekend we saw Texas Tech. They had that one good game. They beat number 11 at the time, A&M 3-2. But really excited to see what Texas Tech does. How do they come out? as they face some really tough competition this weekend there in Clearwater, Florida at the Shriners Tournament. Wow, so Georgia finds a way. Georgia had already down 2-0 in the second. There was only one out and bases loaded, and Georgia finds a way to get out of that, and it stays at 2-0. So what a stop for Georgia defensively to get out of that mess. That could have easily have snowballed. So we'll flip back to the Nebraska LSU game and see if LSU can make any noise and try to get back in that game. But like I said, whenever you're trying to come back from a 5-0 lead and you're going against Jordy Ball, that can be rough. That's a tough ask. Speaking of Jordy, she just got herself another hit, got herself an RBI, and Nebraska is now up 6-0 over LSU in the 6th inning. Not only is Jordy a Hall of Fame pitcher, she's also a really, really good hitter. She can do it all. She's one of the best athletes in the country. I'm glad that Oklahoma was able to get her for a couple years. She will always, always be loved at Oklahoma for sure. So on top of the 6th inning, Nebraska up 6-0 over LSU, 2 outs. Jordy over at first. Could this be a possible run rule game here? As one big hit would make it run rule territory. Not able to do it. LSU gets Nebraska to pop out. So going to the bottom of the 6th in the first game of the day there in Clearwater, the number 8 Cornhuskers are up 6-0 over number 10 LSU. And then if you turn it over to the SEC network, Georgia just got out of a big mess and only find themselves down 2-0 against Oklahoma State. That game could have been way worse, but Georgia found a way to get out of that early inning mess that they were in. So really, really, really excited for the next game, Tech and Florida State. That's going to be such an exciting game. And then let me look and kind of tell you all the rest of the matchups. Because over this weekend, just in this tournament alone, you have 17 ranked-on-ranked matchups. So just incredible weekend of college softball. If you're an OU fan, OU plays tomorrow. They play at 11 a.m. against Montana, and then they play New Mexico State about a half hour after. I'll be doing a live stream for both of those. So lots of great softball over the next 4 days. So later today, after the Tech Florida State game, we have LSU Oklahoma State, and then we will have Nebraska at Georgia. And then tomorrow morning, you have Oklahoma State, A&M, Texas at Nebraska. So Jordy Ball against Carlin Pickens, sign me up. Sign me up for that. That's going to be incredible. Duke at A&M, and then UCLA at Oklahoma State. So just incredible matchup over and over and over this weekend. Incredible. All right, we're back at it on the Nebraska game. Jordy's still out there at the circle with a 6-0 lead in the bottom of the 6th over number 10 LSU. The other game going on currently is Oklahoma State is up 2-0 against number 17 Georgia in the bottom of the 2nd. Avery Hodge, another former Sooner, transferred along with Peyton Monticelli over to LSU. Of course, Avery Hodge and Jordy, they were teammates 3 years ago, so I'm sure this at bat's going to be a lot of fun for both of them, as they were both teammates there at Oklahoma. LSU batter here with a 3-1 count, looking to find anything to get back into this game. Anything. They fouled that one off. A pop out for Avery Hodge. 1 down for the Tigers of LSU. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Yeah, so that other pitcher for Nebraska, Alexis Jensen, I watched a little bit of her last weekend, and then she started this game. She is going to be a beast too. She's looked really, really good so far. 3 games. She allowed 4 innings, only 1 hit. She's had a great day. So you have that 2-person combo with Jansen and Jordy Ball, who Nebraska's going to be a really tough out. A really, really tough out this year. Would not surprise me. Could it be a Nebraska-Oklahoma Super Regional? Or maybe they would meet in the World Series. How fun would that be to watch? Jordy Ball going against her former team in Oklahoma. Sign me up for that one. Sign me up for that one. LSU gets a hit up the middle. Bounces past Jordy Ball. Pass short out to second. So bottom of the 6th inning, LSU has 1 out, but they have runners on first and second trying to get back into this game as they find themselves down 6-0 against number 8 Nebraska. Slow grounder over to third. They get the force out at third. So can LSU find some kind of 2-out spark magic somewhere? Oh. Next batter comes up for LSU. Nebraska almost made an incredible catch over there in right field in foul territory. Dove out for it, just couldn't get there, but great effort by that Nebraska right fielder. Make sure you guys let me know where you guys are watching from today. Let me know in the comments. Are you guys excited for this weekend? I mean, today's only Thursday, but it's going to be, this is always one of the best weekends in college softball. Always with this tournament. You always see the best of the best go out there to Clearwater for this tournament. I would love to see Oklahoma go there and be a part of that in the future. Just an incredible way to go in, face great competition, kind of see what your team is made of, what you need to work on, what you need to focus on moving forward in the season. So this is such a great opportunity for every team there, win or lose. As LSU now down to their last strike of the inning, trying to get something going against the phenom Jordy Ball. And if you're near a TV, you can. This LSU Nebraska game is on ESPN2. If you turn it over to the SEC network, you can over there you have Oklahoma State and Georgia. That game is in the top of the third. Oklahoma State up 2-0 as Jordy Ball gets a strikeout. So in the Nebraska LSU game, we're going to the top of the seventh inning. Nebraska all over LSU 6-0. What a start for this tournament. What a start to the day. 6-0 would not have been on my bingo card, although my predictions so far this year have been awful this weekend, or just after this first weekend. I think I've only had one prediction that's been even close to the actual result. So, but I definitely would not have picked 6-0 Nebraska over LSU. I figured it would have been a great game all the way through, but you know, sometimes when you're playing great competition or you're just playing, it's just not your day. But we'll see later on. Can they bounce back? A lot of great softball. And if you're an Oklahoma fan, OU plays tomorrow at 11 against Montana out there in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They follow up with that about a half hour later, and they play New Mexico State. And then they will play 2 on Valentine's Day against Idaho State and Minnesota. And then Oklahoma will finish up their road trip this weekend in my old stomping grounds of El Paso, Texas, as they face UTEP on Sunday. And then, of course, they head out to the Mary Nunner out there in California for the next weekend's tournament. So that's where OU is looking at. That's kind of where they are right now, what they have going on. But college softball fans across the country, across the world, are going to be tuned into this tournament. This incredible tournament. This tournament always will give you the best of the best. So the competition in this tournament is just unreal. It's like you're watching. It's like caliber of the World Series. I think. Y'all let me know if I'm wrong on that, but I feel like this is the caliber of all the teams that we'll see this weekend here in Florida. Just incredible. Top of the seventh, Nebraska batting. Looking to put some more runs on the board. As you see, Florida State showing up over there at the side, enjoying themselves before they go against number 1 Texas Tech and Najee Kennedy. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you give me a like. And if you really enjoy yourself here, if you like Oklahoma content, softball content, OU football content, or military content, as I'm a Army vet, hit that like and subscribe for me. My goal was I'm trying to get up to 700 subscribers by the end of the month, and it's been great so far. I'm getting there. I think we're a little over 650, but trying to get to 700 by March 1st. So thank y'all for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I love all the support. On a called strike three, so Peyton Monticelli for LSU, the transfer, of course, she played at Oklahoma. She gets a strikeout here to start the 7th inning. So that'll be interesting later on for all the senior fans that are in here. Later on, OU is going to face LSU, so Avery Hodge and Peyton Monticelli. OU will get to see a couple of their former teammates later on this year in conference play in the SEC. And then, of course, if you're watching Nebraska, of course, Jordy Ball, who was at OU for a couple of years, and Hannah Core, who's been at Oklahoma, they both transferred out to Nebraska. So in this game alone, you see four former Oklahoma players all battling here to start this great weekend of college softball. Teresa, good morning. How are you? Oh, thank you, Teresa. Thank you for being here. I appreciate y'all being here. This is incredible. Incredible day of softball. Teresa, I will have that map here tomorrow. So right behind me, we're going to have that map up so I can start pinning everybody where everybody's watching from. So the goal is to get all 50 states. I think so far we are at about 10 roughly. So we're off to a great start for that. But Teresa, thank you for being here. Boomer. For just tuning in, we're in the 7th inning between number 8 Nebraska and number 10 LSU. Nebraska all over LSU. A quiet game. We got to the 4th inning. Fireworks. You had errors by LSU, and the bats got hot for Nebraska. Nebraska got 5 runs in that inning and kind of opened this thing up, and just too much for LSU today. Nebraska now up 6-0 in the 7th. But if you turn it over to the SEC network, you have Oklahoma State and Georgia. Oklahoma State currently up 3-0 in that one. I'm sorry, 2-0 over Georgia. That's in the bottom of the 3rd. But the game that I'm really excited to see is the one after this. It's going to be number 1 Texas Tech, Najee Kennedy, going against number 6 Florida State. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait for that game. First time to see how's Najee looking so far this season, and how good is Texas Tech, really. Now, they did beat number 11 A&M last weekend, 3-2. But other than that, the competition wasn't up to par. So kind of an easy weekend for them. So really, really excited to see what LSU is made of. I'm sorry, Texas Tech is made of. If you're a softball fan, make sure you guys tune in to this tournament out there in Clearwater. All the games are on ESPN, but you have 17 ranked on ranked matchups. So just incredible weekend of softball just in this tournament alone. Of course, for the OU fans that might be in here, OU plays 2 tomorrow out there in New Mexico. As they face Montana and New Mexico State. First game is at 11. The next one is at 1:30, about 30 minutes after that first game. But today it's going to be just about watching this Clearwater tournament, watching all these teams, all these SEC teams, all these teams that Oklahoma will see later on in conference play, and then just getting to watch great softball. Some of these matchups, like Texas Tech, Florida State, Nebraska, LSU, just incredible matchups over and over and over. So going to the bottom of the 7th, LSU down to 3 outs. They find themselves down 6-0. So can they find some kind of spark, some kind of magic, whatever you want to call it, and try to force what would be a massive comeback against number 8 Nebraska. So what we'll do is we'll finish watching this Nebraska LSU game, and then we'll go over and watch Oklahoma State and Georgia. As currently Oklahoma State is up on that 2-0. We'll go back to that game there, and then we'll turn it back in so we can watch the game that I'm most excited for, Texas Tech and Florida State. And I know later on I want to say, gosh, it's either tomorrow or Saturday, but at some point this weekend in this Clearwater tournament, you're going to have Nebraska going up against Texas Tech. So sign me up. I'm sure all of y'all will be excited to watch Nazari Kennedy go against Jordy Ball. Are you kidding me? So that game is going to be incredible. Can't wait for that one. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with Oklahoma. Hopefully that game is later in the day because Oklahoma plays earlier in the day, starting tomorrow, and then a couple on Saturday. Now, fellas, that y'all are in here, do not forget Saturday is Valentine's Day, so make sure you take care of your wives, your loved ones, that special someone. Don't find yourselves in the doghouse now. So make sure you take care of all your ladies, for all of you out there. So here we go. Bottom of the 7th. See if LSU can get anything going. Oh, just inches away from being a home run. LSU gets a double to start this inning as it just bounces off the top of the wall. Thought that was going to be a home run, but just a few feet away. But if you're LSU, there you go. This is the start you were looking for. Just try to get some base runners, try to get something going. A quick timeout there in the Nebraska game, but here we go. Bottom of the 7th inning, LSU has a runner on second. They find themselves down 10-0 to number 8 Nebraska. Thank all of you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate all the love and support. Make sure you guys give me a like, and if you really enjoy it here and enjoy softball content, Oklahoma content, if you're a vet like me, I also do some military content, giving love and appreciation to all of our veterans and our troops and our military. If you enjoy yourself here, give me that like and that subscribe if you enjoy yourself here. Jordy Ball now with the 2-1 count. Looking to get these last 3 outs and get the first victory here in the Clearwater tournament, the Shriners tournament there in Clearwater, Florida. Jordy is struggling a little bit. Now with the 3-1 count, LSU has a runner at second. Another hit for LSU past the third baseman. So LSU has something going here now. With a runner at first and third, no outs. So could this be the start of a big inning for LSU? See if they can keep this going. Low ball one. So Jordy struggling a little bit to find the strike zone. Oklahoma State up 2-0 in the fourth over Georgia. You can find that game over on the SEC network. After this game here wraps up, we'll go over to that game briefly, and then we'll come back for the Texas Tech Florida State game. So just to give you kind of an idea of the matchups that we're going to see, this first game here, Nebraska's number 8, LSU's number 10. You have the Georgia and Oklahoma State game. Oklahoma State is number 23, Georgia 17. The next game, you have number 1 against number 6 with Tech and Florida State. So just the matchups are incredible, incredible. You know, besides getting into postseason play and conference tournament play, man, this is by far one of the best weekends in college softball. Definitely the best weekend in all the non-con play that we'll see. LSU here fouls that one off. So LSU, if you're just tuning in, they're down 6-0 against Nebraska. Jordy ball at the circle. LSU has a runner on first and third, no outs. A 2-2 count for this hitter for LSU. Looking to find something, anything to get them back in the game. Fouls another one off. So got a good battle going on here. A slow grounder at the Jordy ball. Nothing she can do. Bases loaded. So if you're in Nebraska, maybe getting a little bit nervous. Of course, Jordy ball, formerly at Oklahoma for a couple years, she went back to Nebraska. That's where she's from. She got homesick. I get it. Makes sense. But they were cruising, and now all of a sudden they find themselves down. I mean, they're up 6-0, but LSU has bases loaded, no outs. Looking to mount a huge comeback against one of the best pitchers to ever do it in college softball. Low ball one. Jordy finds the strike zone there. So 1-1 count. LSU has bases loaded. Bottom of the seventh, down 6-0 to number 8, Nebraska. Shallow pop up to right field. LSU not able to even tag up. So got the first big out there. Runners weren't able to advance. So still a score of 6-0 Nebraska here in the bottom of the seventh. Oklahoma State up 2-0 over number 17 Georgia in the bottom of the fourth in that one. Here in a little under an hour, we're going to see Texas Tech #1 against #6 Florida State. But no matter the outcomes of these games, this is going to be such a learning experience, mentally, physically, I mean, in every way. Oh, Jordy, what a great play. First baseman just not able to hang on. So LSU had bases loaded, 1 out. The ball is hit back to Jordy at the pitching mound. She throws it home to get the second out. It's force. Catcher goes to first. First would have ended the game, and first just can't hang on to the ball as the ball bounces out of her glove. So LSU now 2 outs, bases loaded. Bottom of the 7th, LSU just trying to find anything as they find themselves down to their last out. So my plan today is try to go as long as I can and stream as many of these games as I can. We'll see how long I can go. I'm not sure, but my goal today is to go as long as I can streaming a lot of this first day of Clearwater. Strike 3 to end the game. Jordy Ball excited. So first game of the day, Nebraska gets a big win, 6-0 over #10 LSU. So what a start for the Cornhuskers in this 2026 Shriners Tournament there in Clearwater, Florida. Big win for Nebraska as LSU suffers their first loss of the season. Of course, both teams are going to play later on. But what a start. So now let's go ahead and bounce over to Oklahoma State and Georgia. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we just watched #8 Nebraska beat #10 LSU 6-0. So great start to the tournament. Now we have it on Oklahoma State up 2-0, ranked number 23 in the country. They find themselves up 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning over #17 Georgia. So if you're an SEC fan, an OU fan like a lot of us are in here, if you just kind of want to see what SEC play is going to look like, what the opponents are going to look like, turn it on this tournament right here. Just in this tournament alone, you're going to find LSU, you're going to find Georgia, you're going to find A&M, you're going to find who else is in here? I want to say there's 5 teams total from the SEC in this Clearwater tournament. So as Georgia with a powering home run, is it fair, foul? Oh, they call it foul. That would have been a monster shot for Georgia to cut into this lead, but it just goes foul. So we're just getting back into this game. Bottom of the 4th inning, Oklahoma State up 2-0 over Georgia. Georgia has a runner on first with 1 out. Get a quick visit from the pitching coach for Oklahoma State. So the plan is we're going to watch this game here, Oklahoma State, Georgia, for a little bit, and then we're going to go back and watch the big one with number 1 Texas Tech going up against number 6 Florida State. Really excited to see just how good is Texas Tech. What are they about? I know they spent a lot of money in the offseason in the transfer portal. Some of their tactics may have been looked at as shady. Just watching a lot of the preseason, interviews and coverage from people that cover the sport. So Georgia with another big hit. Second baseman can't quite get to it for Oklahoma State. So Georgia has something going here now. First and second, 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 4th. The weather there is beautiful, looks gorgeous, a lot better than what's up here in the St. Louis area. So weather is definitely not going to be a factor like it has been, I feel like, the last couple of years of this tournament. Georgia pops this one up in the shallow center for the second out. So Oklahoma State up 2-0. Georgia has 2 on, 2 outs. Looking to cut into this lead and maybe just take the lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Y'all let me know in the comments where you guys are watching from. How's everything going for you? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Could this be a big inning for Georgia? Runners on first and second, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Find themselves down 2-0 to number 23, Oklahoma State. I'm going to check and see if does OU play Georgia in conference. I know OU has that one game later on against Oklahoma State there in Oklahoma City for one game, but does OU play? Okay, so we do. So we play Georgia at home in late April. So Oklahoma will see both of these teams. So like I said, if you're an OU fan, and if you're able to tune in or listen, however it may be, I know a lot of you guys are at work. This is a great chance for all of us just to watch teams that we're going to see later on in conference or teams that we may see in postseason in Oklahoma City. So if you want to get just kind of a feel and kind of see what all your opponents are going to look like and what they're made of, put it on this tournament for sure. As this is just the start of a 4-day tournament there in Clearwater, Florida. 17 ranked-on-ranked matchups, a lot of top 10 matchups this weekend, just in this tournament alone. We've already seen one as Nebraska, number 8, they beat LSU, number 10, 6-0. Here in about 45 minutes, we're going to see number 1 against number 6 with Tech going up against Florida State. Later on in the tournament, we're going to see Jordy Ball, Nebraska, go up against number 1 Texas Tech and Nazari Kennedy. So just a lot of great matchups this weekend. If you're an OU fan, they play 2 tomorrow and 2 on Saturday. Should be an easy weekend for Oklahoma. Should be able to name your score. Should be blowouts. Should be run rolls in every game. So should be a pretty smooth, easy weekend for the Oklahoma Sooners. They're in New Mexico. But thank you guys for being here. I know it's kind of odd, right? It's odd to do a live stream of college softball on a Thursday, but I knew with this tournament coming on, it's just a great way. Just such a phenomenal tournament early in the season. You get to see so many great teams, great matchups. So I felt like this would be just something great that we could, where I could do a live stream and we can just watch and kind of just enjoy college softball, but really enjoy this weekend. So y'all let me know in the comments where are you guys watching from today? Are you guys watching from work? Are you guys at home? You can also follow me. I'm on Twitter also at Blessed Vet. You can find me there as I'm live on there too. So if you're at work or at your office and not near a TV, you can find me on either platform. So please follow me at both if you're able. Back from break now. So if you're just tuning in, we just watched Nebraska beat LSU 6-0 in the first game of the day. Here, it's top of the fifth inning. The Oklahoma State Cowgirls are up 2-0 over the Georgia Bulldogs. As Oklahoma State with another hit. All right, so top of the fifth, Oklahoma State has one on first, no outs, up 2-0 over number 17, Georgia. The day just got started, but it's been incredible. We just watched Jordy Ball and company get a big 6-0 win over number 10 LSU. Great game through the fourth inning. Got to the fourth, and LSU had some fielding errors. The bats got hot for Nebraska, and the Cornhuskers were able to open that thing up. And then you bring in Jordy Ball to close it down. So for everybody that's an OU fan, we all know what Jordy's capable of. We know how dominant she was in closing games out. She came in and did the exact same thing against LSU. So Nebraska able to get the first win of the day. They're in Clearwater, Florida at their Shriners tournament. Such an incredible tournament venue. Weather's great. Everybody's in shorts and a t-shirt. Must be nice. Must be nice. I'll be excited to get some warmer weather up here in St. Louis area for sure. That'll be nice. But Oklahoma State up 2-0. Have runners on first and second. They have something going here now. No outs. Looking to extend their lead over Georgia here in the top of the fifth inning. Oklahoma State with a massive 3-run bomb over left field. Wow. Oklahoma State now up 5-0 over Georgia. Just a bomb by this hitter for Oklahoma State over left center. Wow. A no-brainer. Outfielder didn't even have to move. Georgia's going to make the pitching change, but now find themselves down 5-0. Wow, what a hit by Oklahoma State. So the SEC struggling to start off this Clearwater tournament. We'll see how it all plays out, and then we'll have to see how did each conference do whenever this thing is said and done there in Clearwater. But man, if you're the SEC, off to a rough start. Teresa, absolutely. Absolutely. They've had a really tough schedule. But like you said, I'm glad that they do that. I'm kind of like Oklahoma. You know, it's always great to watch us play inferior teams, and you get the big wins and you get to help all your offensive stats. But yeah, Nebraska, a really tough schedule, but that's going to be so valuable though as we get later into conference play and postseason. All this non-con preseason, well, not preseason, but just all the non-con games that we're going to see. All this experience is incredible for everybody, win or lose this weekend. Just incredible experience, and it's going to make each of these teams better later as all these teams get into their own conference play and then postseason. Yeah, Teresa. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go look it up. Nebraska's schedule, because I know it's been. Because I'm curious about that. They've had such a. All right, let's see. Yeah, so they played at the time. They had ranked Washington. They lost to Texas. Then they beat Texas. UTSA, Washington. So just last weekend, they played 2 games against at the time the number 1 team in Texas. They split with ranked Washington. And then, of course, they just beat LSU. Later on today, they have Georgia. So, yeah, it seems like they're playing nothing but ranked teams. So their schedule, their strength of schedule probably has to be the top. I don't know who would have a tougher start to the season schedule wise other than Nebraska. That's insane. But they do have a lot of experience, a lot of senior-led players. So, of course, they have a couple of transfers from Oklahoma and Jordy Ball and Hannah Core. So, a lot of experience. A lot of them girls have seen it, done it all for Nebraska. So, yeah, Teresa, great point about their strength of schedule for sure. Okay. As Georgia is able to get a strikeout here in the 5th inning, Oklahoma State already put up 3 runs in this inning to open things up to go up 5-0. They just had a big 3-run bomb a few minutes ago. And Oklahoma State looking to possibly put this in run rule territory. Very possibly in play. And something else that I've noticed too is, man, so far to the day, SEC has put up 0 runs. 0. So you got to get these bats going if you're Georgia. Double play for Georgia. So after that big 3-run bomb by Oklahoma State to open things up to go up 5-0, they have a pitching change. This pitcher comes in, gets the first out, which was a flyout, and then a strikeout, and then they just turn 2. So great job by that relief pitcher for Georgia. As here in about 30 minutes, we'll have Texas Tech and Florida State. That's going to be a great one. So whenever that one gets live and gets going, we'll switch back over and we'll check out that game. But currently, right now, the only game going on at the Shriners Tournament is this Oklahoma State Georgia game. So if you're near a TV, you can find all these games on ESPN. This game that we're watching here between Georgia and Oklahoma State, it's on the SEC network. But you'll be able to find all these games on ESPN this weekend. For all the OU fans in here, they're going to be on ESPN Plus. I'll be doing a live stream of those tomorrow. As they get started at 11 o'clock in the morning, they're in New Mexico. So that should be a good day for Oklahoma to get things rolling, get back out there on the field, get some more experience for that pitching staff, just for a lot of them young players. As the Oklahoma Sooners, they have a very young team, a 2-to-1 ratio on your underclassmen versus your upperclassmen. So should be a pretty easy weekend. We should see a lot of run rules for the Oklahoma Sooners before they go out to the Marriott Hunter Classic out there in California next weekend. As Ruby Malin, the senior pitcher here for Oklahoma State, looking to come in here and close this game down and get a victory over the SEC and number 17 Georgia. SEC off to a rough start so far and have yet to put up any runs in either game. Man, this pitcher for Oklahoma State, I don't know how, man, she's a tall girl. She looks like she's about 6 foot, that pitcher for Oklahoma State. Holy cow. Big strikeout for her to start the bottom of the 5th. Oklahoma State up 5-0, ranked number 23 in the country, but currently up 5-0 over number 17 Georgia. Grinder by Georgia to second. Easy out. So quickly. Georgia already has 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, down 5-0. Thank y'all for being here this morning. I appreciate all of you being here. Make sure you give me a like and subscribe while you're here, as I love doing softball content, Oklahoma content. And of course, giving love to our military. I'm a Army vet, so I enjoy giving love to our military. My goal is to get up to 700 subscribers by the end of the month. So hopefully we can do that. We got a few weeks to go, but thank you again for all the love and support. I enjoy getting to interact with Oklahoma fans, just softball fans. Being up here in the St. Louis area, I don't see a whole lot of Oklahoma fans, so it's really good when I get to interact and just watch all this Oklahoma content with you guys, with other Sooner fans. It's a good time. So quickly, 3 outs for Georgia. So going to the 6th inning, Oklahoma State up 5-0 going to the 6th over number 17, Georgia. What a rough start for the SEC. Ouch. So while we're on break here, for the OU fans that are in here, this kind of heads up. So OU plays tomorrow at 11. After that game's over, about a half hour later, they're going to play New Mexico State. So they start out with Montana. Then they play New Mexico State. Get into Saturday, Valentine's Day. OU plays the early one at 10 o'clock in the morning against Minnesota. And then soon after that, they'll wrap up play there in New Mexico as they go against Idaho State at 1. And then on Sunday, they go to El Paso to finish this weekend out with UTEP. So that's kind of the Oklahoma schedule for this weekend. But for now, we're in here really enjoying this Clearwater tournament. 17 ranked on ranked matchups. So incredible softball just in this one tournament out there in Florida. Great weather, must be nice. And you see all the fans that are just out in shorts and a t-shirt. Can't wait for that kind of weather to get here to St. Louis. If you're just tuning in, maybe you're on lunch break. This tournament started out with number 8 Nebraska going up against number 10 LSU. Jordy Ball, Nebraska get that big win 6-0 to start out this tournament over LSU. And the second game of the day here is Oklahoma State and Georgia. Currently, Oklahoma State up 5-0 in the top of the 6th. Here in about 20 minutes or so, roughly, we'll switch it over so we can check out number 1 Texas Tech, Najee Kennedy, as they go up against number 6 Florida State. So we're going to find out a lot of answers and going to see a lot of what these teams are made of, mentally and physically. Great competition all weekend long. So are some of these teams overhyped? Are they overranked? Are they underranked? I mean, are these teams not getting enough credit that they deserve? We will learn a ton after this weekend. So we've seen the rankings. Oklahoma fell to 4, Tennessee all the way up to number 2 in some of the polls. The top 10, the top 13 is dominated by SEC, as you find 8 teams in the top 13. Now, the SEC today is off to a rough start. Haven't even scored a run yet in either of these games. But come Monday, these rankings are going to look a lot different. A pop-up here by Oklahoma State. So a quick out for Georgia here in the 6th inning. Showing the replay is Jordy Ball got the strikeout to end that game and get the win over number 10 LSU earlier this morning. In this game here, Oklahoma State was up 2-0 in the fourth, in the fifth, had a massive 3-run home run to put them at 5-0. Georgia was able to switch pitchers. They got out of that inning, but now find themselves in a big deficit, down 5-0. I want to say thank you for all of y'all that are in here. Thank you. I appreciate all of you being here. Appreciate the support. I always enjoy getting to watch softball with other fans, other OU fans, other fans from whoever your favorite team may be. It's always a good time. It's going to be a great day here of college softball. A lot of ranked matchups. My plan is to go as long as I can. We'll see. Game started this morning at 9 o'clock. I got started around 10, but I mean, it's just game after game. This is going to be an incredible matchup. So my plan is to go as long as I can here today. And then tomorrow, of course, I'll live stream the OU games as they play 2 tomorrow out there in New Mexico. So Georgia just gave up a free pass here in the 6th inning. Not what you want to see if you're Georgia, trying to find a way to come back from a 5-0 deficit. Let me know where you guys are watching from. So something that I was talking to everybody on here about a week ago is right behind me over here. I'm going to have a map of the U.S. And as you guys let me know where y'all are watching from, I'm going to put a little pin on the map of where everybody's watching from. And so the goal is for us to get fans watching from all 50 states. That's the plan. We're off to a great start on that. We're at about 10. We've also had Puerto Rico. We've had Japan. So off to a great start on that goal. But tomorrow it should be right over here behind me. So we'll have that. Oklahoma State with another hit. Look, top of the 6th inning. The Cowgirls have a runner on third, 2 outs, looking to extend this lead. And get a big win for them over Georgia. SEC off to a rough start this morning. Haven't even scored a run yet. So hopefully that picks up as we get later into the day. Ground ball by Oklahoma State gets past the shortstop out to left field. Another run comes in for Oklahoma State. So now the Cowgirls are up 6-0 over Georgia in the 6th inning. With a runner on first. Could this game be a run rule? Definitely in that territory. That's definitely in play. Again, thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate the support. I'm glad that you can tune in with me here. I know it's midday. A lot of y'all are at work. A lot of y'all have a lot going on. So I'm glad that y'all were able to drop in, say hello, and watch a little bit of softball with me here on a Thursday morning. Almost here to the noon hour. We'll flip it over here shortly. This game may finish up before, but really excited about the next one with Texas Tech Texas Tech going up against Florida State, number 1 against number 6. Georgia gets the final out in this inning, so going to the bottom of the 6th inning of this game, we have Oklahoma State up 6-0 over Georgia. Just going to be an incredible weekend of softball. A lot of ranked matchups, a lot of top 10 matchups We've seen one already with number 8 Nebraska beating number 10 LSU 6-0. So if you're a softball fan, this right here, this is one of the best weekends of the whole season for college softball. Just in this tournament alone. Just incredible. Make sure you guys let me know where y'all are watching from today. You guys watching from work? Are you guys at home? Where are y'all tuning in from today? So we've gone to commercial break. Check on, yeah. The Tech game against Florida State will be getting started here pretty shortly. That will get going here in about 18 minutes. Just an incredible day of softball all day long. All right, back to it. Bottom of the 6th inning. Oklahoma State up 6-0 over number 17, Georgia. Georgia trying to find something, anything to get going, to get back in this game. Hitter here for Georgia with a 1-2 count. Trying to give a spark for these Georgia Bulldogs, get something started. Just any way to get some base runners. Swings at a ball in the dirt, 2-2 count for Georgia. Ball hit up the middle, off second baseman's glove. Out to center field, so Georgia with a hit to start this second inning. Just try to find a way to get some base runners. Try to get something building here in the 6th inning as Georgia now just down to their last 6 outs, find themselves down 6-0. Takes that one away, ball 1. Can Georgia find a way to get themselves back in the game? Pops this one up, out to left field for out number 1. So Georgia now 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Runner on first, down 6-0 to number 23, Oklahoma State. And the dirt ball, too. Georgia would gladly take a walk here to try to get more base runners, try to get something going, try to cut into this 6-0 lead that Oklahoma State has currently here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's the pitching coach for Oklahoma State out to talk to Ruby Malin, the senior for Oklahoma State. Here in about 10 minutes, we'll turn it over and start tuning in to number 1 Texas Tech as they go against number 6 Florida State. Today started off with number 8 Nebraska against number 10 LSU. Nebraska gets that win 6-0 over number 10 LSU as they lose their first of the season. And here we're watching number 23 Oklahoma State as they go against number 17 Georgia. And the Cowgirls find themselves up 6-0 also. Just as we saw a couple innings ago, it was a great game. It was 2-0, but Oklahoma State had a huge 3-run homer earlier. And there you go. Georgia on the board as they get a 2-run shot over center field to now cut into this lead 6-2. So if you're Georgia, just to start, you needed anything to cut back into this lead. And now find themselves just down 4. So the game is never over until you get the last out, but Georgia trying to fight and claw their way back into this game. So could this be a big inning for Georgia? Could this be exactly what they needed to really start to put some pressure back on Oklahoma State, as they have just been cruising the whole game for the most part? Georgia takes that one. So quickly, Georgia batter here down 0-2 quickly to Ruby Malin, the senior pitcher for Oklahoma State. Low and away, ball 1. Another hit by Georgia down the left field line. She's going to get a double. So the Georgia bats have heated up. We just saw a 2-run bomb by Georgia. And now we see a double down the left field line. So Georgia has something going here in the 6th inning. Trying to fight back from a 6-0 deficit. Georgia will take that for ball 1. And the Georgia players are there in the dugout clapping, trying to give some energy to this Georgia offense. Batter takes ball 3. So this pressure must be getting a little bit to this senior pitcher for Oklahoma State. She was cruising 6-0, gave up a 2-run homer, Just gave up a double after that, and now finds herself with another walk. So Georgia has something going here. Already got 2 to cut into this lead. Now have a runner on first and second with just 1 out. As Georgia's going to make a change and bring in a pinch runner. Put more speed on the bases, try to put more pressure on that defense. So here we go, bottom of the 6th inning, Oklahoma State up 6-2 over Georgia. Georgia has a runner on first and second, 1 out. Georgia looking for a huge inning right here. Another ball. So all of a sudden, this Oklahoma State pitcher is struggling to find the strike zone. 6 straight balls thrown by her now. One swing of the bat can make this a 6-5 game. Able to find a strike there, low in the strike zone. Ball 3 in the dirt. So a 2-run homer by Georgia, a double, and now a walk. Could it be another walk? Slow grounder back to the pitcher. She goes to second for 1. So now we have 2 outs, and Georgia has runners at first and third. Strike 1. One swing of the bat can make this a 6-5 game. What can Georgia do? And the dirt, ball 1. Batter now with a 1-1 count. Can Georgia keep this inning alive and keep putting up some runs to try to get back into this game? Swing and a miss, strike 2. Hard hit ball goes past the third baseman. Georgia with another run. So Georgia now found themselves down 6-3. They've cut this lead in half. 2 outs, a runner on first and second. Y'all, I will be right back. All right, y'all, we're back. So Georgia was able to cut that lead in half, but Ruby Malin, the senior pitcher from Oklahoma State, with a big strikeout to get out of that jam. So the Texas Tech Florida State game should be starting here in just a few moments. Number 1 against number 6. Really, really excited to see Najee Kennedy's Texas Tech go up against some really good competition in Florida State. How my question is how good are a lot of these top ranked teams? And so we're going to find out a lot of answers this weekend. We're going to find out a lot about these teams across the country, every conference, with all the ranked matchups here in Clearwater, Florida, and just the others that we're going to see across the country. We're going to find out a lot of information about all these teams. Who's overrated, who's underrated, who's right at where they should be. Just moments away from the Texas Tech Florida State game. Oh, guys, this is going to be a good one. I would definitely like to see number 1 Texas Tech take an L here for sure. As I was saying earlier, all the folks that cover college softball across the country look at Florida State as kind of the villain this year. Just how they went about their way and trying to buy players, pay just absurd amounts of money to get all the best players, just like what they did in football. They're doing the same here in softball with all that oil money they have there in Texas. So a lot of folks said just how they went about doing their business was kind of dirty and a little bit shady. So it looks like Oklahoma is not the villain. Looks like Texas Tech has taken that role for the 2026 season. As this game is now getting underway, they're talking to all the announcers are just talking about what they're fixing to watch. Phenomenal game. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all being with me here on a Thursday as we just now hit the noon hour. Everything started at 9 o'clock this morning as we saw Nebraska, number 8, take out number 10 LSU 6-0. And then the game that we were just watching, Oklahoma State, number 23, was beating Georgia late in that game 6-3. So rough start for the SEC conference. The SEC finally got their first 3 runs of the tournament. It's a very, very slow start for the SEC. They're showing all the pitchers that they brought in. Texas Tech did Mia Williams, or some of the notable transfers. Caitlin Terry, Taylor Pinnell, Mia Williams, Jasmine Burns. Tech was very aggressive in the portal, trying to help out one of the best to ever do it in Najee Kennedy, trying to build around her in their pursuit to get a national title there at Texas Tech. But one of the most storied programs in the sport of college softball, Florida State, looking to bounce back and have a strong year and try to get themselves back to the World Series. So such an incredible matchup to start this college softball season as we're in week 2. of the 2026 softball season. For all the OU fans that might be in here, OU plays a couple tomorrow. I'll be live streaming those. They get started at 11 o'clock in the morning out there in New Mexico as they face Montana. And then soon after that, they face New Mexico State. So join me tomorrow as I'll be doing those two games for Oklahoma. But then definitely be keeping an eye on this Clearwater tournament. 17 ranked on ranked matchups here in the Clearwater tournament. And this game has gotten started. Florida State batting first. And it's a quick pop out. As the Red Raiders are going with Caitlin Terry. The transfer from, I believe, UCLA. So Tech has definitely built a pitching staff for sure on Najee Kennedy. They're going to be a force. They're going to be a tough out any time this year. You're going to have to play your A game to take down the Red Raiders for sure. Will Texas Tech take their first L this season? We will see. I think it's going to be really tough for any team there in Clearwater to get out of this weekend undefeated. That's going to be a tough ask, I think, for anybody. The teams that are there, the competition is just too good. I would be really surprised if anybody goes undefeated this weekend there in Clearwater. I love all the early season great matchups. It's incredible to see. Going to learn a lot about all these teams. Who's overranked, who's underranked. Florida State here trying to get on the board early. Top of the first inning. Facing number 1 Texas Tech. Beats him with the foul ball there. Trying to get something going for the Florida State Seminoles. Blowing away on that one ball. Florida State looking to get just the first base runner of the game. Try to get something going here in the first inning. Hit over to first, over to Najee Kennedy, who's playing first. So just like that, 3 up, 3 down for Florida State as we move to the bottom of the first inning. Caitlin Terry for Texas Tech. Good start for her. Y'all let me know in the comments where are y'all watching from. Okay, so Teresa has 5-3 Florida State with an upset. Teresa, I hope you're right. I'm going to go 4-2 Florida State. 4-2 Florida State. That's what I'm going to go with. Teresa, I don't know. Maybe I should just predict Texas Tech to win and then be wrong, because I have not been doing really well at all trying to predict these scores so far in the early part of this season. But I'm going to go with Florida State 4-2. I hope we're right, Teresa. I hope we're right. Texas Tech has an incredible pitching staff. You have Najee Kennedy, who came in last year, but then they bring in Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA, and a couple others. And so they've spent a lot of money, but they have put together with that money a pretty incredible pitching staff. So you're going to have to be on your A game offensively. You're going to have to be locked in. And then you're going to just have to hope that maybe it's an off day for Najee or Caitlin or whoever may be pitching for Texas Tech. As they're already showing, it's kind of strange, already showing Najee Kennedy over there warming up the pitch. So maybe we're going to see her come out and pitch in the second inning. I'm not sure. Kind of strange to see, though. Texas Tech in the all white with the red stripe. Tech with a big hit. Not enough. Fly out there to center field. So good start for Florida State. This very well could be a low scoring, could be a 2-1 game, 1-0 game. Mia Williams batting for Texas Tech. She was at Florida last year. Decided to leave Gainesville and move over to Lubbock, Texas, and join Najee Kennedy. See if Florida State can have a quick 3-up, 3-down. And the dirt ball too. That's one thing that Florida State can't do. They cannot have free passes. If Florida State is going to get this upset win, they have to play a clean game all the way around. Have to limit those free passes. Got to be clean defensively. Can't have any errors. I mean, you're going to have to play a complete all-around game to beat this tough Red Raider squad. As they have a lot of talent and they're just really, really good. Really good team. I know earlier whenever softball started, I made the prediction that I think in the final it's going to be Texas Tech against Oklahoma. I think that's going to be an incredible matchup. As Florida State with a big strikeout, Mia Williams thought it was a ball. Umpire thought differently. As she watches strike 3 go by. So quickly, 2 outs for Florida State. Exactly the start that they needed. Ball 1. So if you're just tuning in, this is the third game of the day. We started out with Nebraska beating LSU 6-0, a top 10 matchup. And then we seen Oklahoma State beat Georgia 6-3. And then this one right here, Texas Tech, number 1, going against number 6, Florida State. Just got started. Bottom of the first, no score. It was 3 up, 3 down for the Raiders, or for Florida State. And Texas Tech is also going to go. So there we go. So after the first inning of play, both teams go 3 up, 3 down, no base runners. So we move to the top of the second inning with a no score in the Florida State Texas Tech game. This could be a really quick game, could be a 1-0, 2-1 game. Teresa has the upset 5-3. I said 4-2. But I would love to see Florida State get a big upset win over Texas Tech. It would never hurt my heart to see Texas Tech lose a game, as they have become this year's villain. Just how they went about doing business in the transfer portal. A lot of people were not happy. Didn't like how they went about their business. So, for so long it's been Oklahoma as being the villain, the team to beat. Who's going to knock them off of that possible 5-peat? Last year, Texas Tech was actually the team to knock OU out. OU finishes third. Texas Tech gets to the Champ Series against Texas. It goes to a Game 3, and Tech just not able to find a way to finish the deal. And unfortunately, that team down south of the Red River got themselves a national title. But hopefully this year it gets back to where it belongs, up in Norman, Oklahoma. It would be Patty Gasso's 9th title. And that was my prediction to start the season, that OU will finish up being the national champ in the first week of June there in Oklahoma City. Man, if y'all are just tuning in, the weather there in Clearwater is incredible. Oh my gosh. Everybody's at the beach, shorts and a t-shirt. Incredible weather. I'm jealous. And here we go, top of the second. Well, I thought that game had finished. Georgia was able to get another run. They're down 6-4 to Oklahoma State, bottom of the 7th. Georgia has a runner at third, 2 outs. So does Georgia have any magic in them to find a way to tie the game in the bottom of the 7th and go to extras? Georgia with the big hit. They get a double, 6-5 Georgia. Okay, so Oklahoma State, y'all, had a 6-0 lead. They were cruising. Georgia was able to get a couple and start cutting into that lead in the 6th. They've now made it a 6-5 game. Tying run at second base. And the go-ahead run is at the plate with 2 outs. Incredible. Can Georgia pull the massive comeback? We will see. Here in the Texas Tech game against Florida State, top of the 2nd, 1 out. No offense yet in this game. Let's go check on that Georgia-Oklahoma State game. Could Georgia pulled the big comeback. That'd be crazy. That'd be a crazy comeback. So I don't know how it happened, but Oklahoma State was able to hang on to get the 6-5 win over Georgia. Great game by both teams. Georgia came fighting back late in it, but just not able to get that job done as they lose 6-5 to number 17 or to number 23 Oklahoma State. So the SEC is now 0-2 to start this Clearwater tournament. Not a good start for the SEC at all, but long way to go. So we'll see what happens. So let's get back to the Florida State Tech game. Second inning, 1 out. Florida State does have a runner on first. See if Florida State can't be the first to get on the scoreboard. Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA, pitching for the Red Raiders. Fouls that one off. So quickly, this Florida State hitter finds herself down 0-2, down 0-2. Ball one outside. So 1-2 count. If you're just tuning in, top of the second inning, no scoring with Florida State number 6 and Texas Tech number 1. Caitlin Terry pitching for Texas Tech. Najee Kennedy over there playing first. Florida State does have a runner on first base. 2-2 count, 1 out. Can Florida State be the first to get on the scoreboard? Big hit in the gap, right center. Florida State's going to score all the way from first. Rounding third, and she scores. Wow. Big hit for Florida State in the right center gap, all the way to the wall. Runner scores all the way from first base. So what a massive double for Florida State. Goes down to get that one, drives it out to right center field. Right in the gap, goes all the way to the wall. Big start for Florida State, build up their confidence. Teresa, if you're in here, I like what I see. Good start for Florida State. Ball one. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure that y'all hit that like button, hit the subscribe. So I do a lot of softball content, a lot of Oklahoma content, because I'm a Center fan. I'm also an Army vet, so I like giving love to our military and our troops for sure. So if any of that interests you, make sure you give me a like and subscribe. As we're growing here, my goal is to get to 700 as soon as we can on the subscriber count. Last time I checked, we were a little over 650. So that's the goal, is to get to 700. Also, by tomorrow, we should have a map of the U.S. back here over my shoulder. And y'all let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And I'm gonna put a pin for wherever you're watching from. And so the goal is for us to cover all 50 states. So that's the goal by the end of the year, y'all. Can we get Sooner fans or softball fans just from every state? So far, we have about 10 different states, plus Japan. So off to a great start with that. If you're just tuning in, Florida State just got a massive hit, a double, it went in the gap in right center. Florida State scored all the way from first base to go up 1-0. So Florida State, top of the second, up 1-0. Runner on second, 1 out. Big strikeout for Texas Tech right there. 2 outs now for Florida State. Swings right through that pitch. Florida State with a short pop out to Mia Williams there at second base. So going to the bottom of the second, Florida State up 1-0. Off of a right center gap double, went all the way to the wall. Florida State had their runners go all the way from first base. So if you're Florida State, exactly the start that you wanted to see. It's already been a big day in college softball as we saw Nebraska beat LSU earlier 6-0 to start the day off. And then we just seen Oklahoma State almost blow a 6-0 lead to Georgia. Georgia cut it all the way to 6-5, just wasn't able to finish. So far, y'all, the SEC is 0-2. 0-2 to start today and to start this tournament. If you're an OU fan, OU plays tomorrow. First game is at 11 against Montana. Then they play New Mexico State after that. I'll be doing a live stream for both of those. So hope y'all come back tomorrow as we watch the Sooners and see how they come out after last weekend coming out of Arizona with a 3-1 record. Winning the series against the Arizona Wildcats 2-1. OU is a very, very young team, but they got a lot of great experience last weekend. So can that carry over to this weekend and moving forward? A lot of great experience for all the young players, or all the young players for Oklahoma. OU is very young, but the main thing for me is can the pitching staff kind of get back on track where they need to? We saw the young freshmen look like seniors, and they look great, as Audrey Lowry is definitely our ace of the pitching staff for Oklahoma. And then we saw the 2 transfers from Ole Miss and LSU, plus Kirsten Deal, kind of struggled this first weekend. So kind of weird to see the younger classmen dominate, look great the whole time, and then to see Kirsten Deal, Sydney Berzon, and Nachino from Ole Miss come in and just weren't able to find the strike zone for Oklahoma. So hopefully we see them come out this weekend. They get to bounce back, and OU comes out with an 8-1 record to start the season after week 2. But here we go, bottom of the second inning, Florida State up 1-0 over Texas Tech. Number 1 against number 6 right here. Can number 6 Florida State get the upset win over Najee Kennedy and the Texas Tech Red Raiders? As you see in the comments, Teresa has 5-3. I have 4-2. I wonder, because I don't know if the game is, I believe the game is on Saturday, y'all, but we're going to see Jordy Ball go against Najee Kennedy. So incredible game. Nebraska against Texas Tech coming up. Incredible. That game is either tomorrow or Saturday. I don't remember which, but can't wait for that game. I hope that game is not the same time as OU's playing. So, because I would love to watch that Tech Nebraska game. Incredible matchup right there. Tech with the pop up to second base. Quickly 1 out for the Raiders. So far, this pitcher for Florida State able to keep the bats down, keep them at bay here. So great start for Florida State. Offensively, pitching-wise, clean game so far, which is exactly what they're going to have to do if they're going to get this upset win over Texas Tech. Excuse me. We saw Tech last weekend. They played a lot of lower tier teams. They did have that one win over number 11 A&M, 3-2. But how does Texas Tech look coming out against a lot stiffer competition all weekend long? How are they going to look? I don't think anybody comes out of this tournament undefeated. I think everybody's going to suffer at least one loss along the way, including Texas Tech. A lot of great softball, great competition. I mean, when you have 17 ranked matchups, just incredible. It's going to be hard for anybody. I would be really, really surprised if anybody goes undefeated in this tournament. Big strikeout for Florida State. So this pitcher is locked in. Low in the strike zone, better chases, great pitch. So if you're Florida State, exactly what you want to see. Bottom of the second now, 2 outs. This has been a really quick game. Strike one. This pitcher for Florida State, she is locked in. She is throwing strikes. She is not messing around. So these hitters for Texas Tech, they're going to have to be ready to go. She is locked in, and she means business today. Strike two, right down the middle. I mean, they don't get much better than that for Texas Tech for this hitter. I mean, 2 strikes right down the middle, not even swinging at him. So 1-2 count here for Tech. Takes that one up high, ball 1. Ball 2, sorry. So 2-2 count. 2 outs, bottom of the second here between Florida State, Texas Tech. Florida State up 1-0 off of a double. Better there goes down to get it and gets a single out to center field. Great job there going down low in the strike zone, able to go down and get it. Knock it out to center field for the first hit for Texas Tech. As Najee Kennedy, not also a great pitcher, but also pretty good hitter. And she's coming to the box here to hit. A senior from Topeka, Kansas. I really thought she was going to come to Oklahoma. That was kind of the feel. And then as time kind of dragged on, Tech wanted to start spending money on the softball program. And so they go out and they pay absurd amounts of money to bring her in to Texas Tech. They do the same this past offseason, bringing in a lot of great players from all over the country as Texas Tech is trying to build around Najee Kennedy here. And for them, hopefully win a national title. They have become the villain, though, this season. So if you're outside of Lubbock, nobody's rooting for them outside of Lubbock, Texas. Ooh, that was a good pitch. Thought that was a strike right at the knees. Umpire didn't think so. So 2-1 count for Najee Kennedy. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Runner over at first. Najee chases that one up high. 2-2. Thank y'all for being here on a Thursday. As we just passed the noon, so 12:30. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button for me. I'm a small channel here just trying to grow, trying to get to 700 subscribers. Outnumber 3. So there you go. Tech able to get a hit, not able to do anything with it. So after 2 innings, Florida State number 6, 1-0 over number 1 Texas Tech. So if you're a Seminoles fan, you got to like what you see here early in the first couple of innings. Pitching looks great. Defense is playing clean. You got a couple hits, able to get one across. So great start for Florida State. Y'all let me know in the comments where you guys are watching from. What are your thoughts so far? Thoughts on Oklahoma or thoughts on today? As you saw Teresa say, she has a 5-3 upset win here for Florida State. Are we going to see a lot of upsets this weekend? But we're going to have a lot of great top 10 matchups just there in Clearwater alone. Incredible weekend of softball. So I'm glad y'all got to start this softball weekend off with spending a little bit of time here with me. I'll be doing this as long as I can today. We'll see. Games are going all the way through to about dinner time, roughly. So I'll try to go as long as I can here. And then tomorrow I will cover the 2 OU games. First game's at 11. About a half hour after that finishes up, then they play New Mexico State. And then they'll play that game too. So that's kind of the plan for me today, tomorrow, Saturday, Valentine's Day. Try to get on here and cover the OU games. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. And fellas, don't forget now, Saturday is Valentine's Day. I don't want to see you guys get in the doghouse or anything, so make sure you guys take care of your wives, that special someone you have in your life. I don't want to see any of you guys get in the doghouse now. All right, so here we go, top of the third inning. Florida State up 1-0, looking to extend their lead. As a transfer from UCLA, Caitlin Terry, pitching for the Red Raiders. Yeah, Texas Tech had 8 transfers, y'all. 8 transfers. That's crazy. They've enjoyed spending all that oil money. Just crazy. Very, very aggressive there in the transfer portal. Trying to buy a roster that's going to get them their first national title. As Maddie Frey for Florida State, a senior, has a 1-2 count here to start the third inning. Takes ball 2, so now 2-2 count. Looking to get on base somehow, some way. Just get another base runner and try to get some more runs on the board here for Florida State. A fly out there to right field, right center for out number 1 of the inning. So if you're just tuning in, this is the third game of the day out there in Clearwater. We saw Nebraska beat LSU 6-0 in that number 8 versus number 10 matchup. And then we just seen Oklahoma State almost blow it. They had a 6-0 lead. Georgia came roaring back in the last couple innings, but just came up short 6-5, not able to complete the comeback. So to start the day, the SEC 0-2. Not off to a good start for them, but great start there for Nebraska. Good start for Oklahoma State. And now we're here watching Florida State, Texas Tech. Florida State up 1-0 over the top-ranked team from Texas Tech there. 2 outs now, top of the third. Florida State batting. Really fast game, y'all. Really, really fast game so far. Let me know in the comments what your score prediction is. You saw Teresa had 5-3. I'm going with 4-2 upset win. I don't think anybody is going to go undefeated this weekend there in Clearwater. It's too many good teams there, I think, for that to happen. And if you do, then you definitely earned it if you do somehow come out of Clearwater undefeated. That's going to really surprise me if that happens. Ball number 2. So 2-2 count, 2 outs. Florida State up 1-0 here over Texas Tech. Caitlin Terry in the circle here for Texas Tech. Strike 3 to end the inning, or to end the top of the third. As the Raiders have Najee Kennedy, she's been playing first so far. One game that y'all may not know about is, I don't know if it's tomorrow or Saturday, but we're going to get to see Jordy Ball go against Najee Kennedy. Can't wait for that one. Hopefully it's not on at the same time as Oklahoma's playing. But that's going to be an incredible matchup for sure. A lot of these games that we're seeing here at Clearwater, these are like postseason Oklahoma City type matchups. Incredible to see at the start of the season. We are going to learn a lot about all these teams this weekend. Who's hyped, who's overhyped, who's not getting enough love, whatever it may be, we're going to learn a lot. A lot about all the contenders that could make a serious run at Oklahoma City. Douglas, me too, man. Me too. I would love to see the Red Raiders go down. Absolutely. All right, there we go. So 4-3. So I like it, Douglas. 4-3. Okay. So we have 4-3, 4-2. Teresa had 5-3. But yeah, Douglas, I'm with you, man, for sure. Absolutely. There's not one time that I'm going to root for Texas Tech, so that would definitely make me happy too. As pretty much Tech is trying to buy a championship here in softball. They've become the villain for this season, so it would make my year too, man. Absolutely. As Tech has brought in 8 transfers over the offseason, brought in some big-name pitchers to try to help out Najee Kennedy. Today, so far, we've seen Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA, and she's looked great. Gave up that one hit, but so far, great game, though. If you're Florida State, you got to be excited with what you've seen so far with the start. They have a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. Tech's only had one single, so kind of quiet at the bat. So if you're like me or Douglas, or Teresa, you like what you see so far for sure. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button for me. So I'm trying to get to 700 subs here. My goal is by the end of the month to try to get to that point. And then also, if you all tune in with me tomorrow, right over here behind me, I'm going to have a map. So whenever y'all let me know where you're watching from, I'm going to put a pin. And so the goal is, can we get fans from all states in the country? So far, we've had about 10 different states, I believe. We had people also from Puerto Rico and Japan. So that was cool. So I will have that map right up here behind me, hopefully tomorrow sometime. Tech now able to get a base runner, bottom of the third. Florida State up 1-0. Tech trying to find some offense here in the bottom of the third, try to get something going. Tries to bunt, couldn't get it down. So 0-1 count. Very, very impressed with this Florida State pitcher. Tech has not been able to do much at all against her, so great start for her in the Seminoles. Strikeout, so there you go. Tech gets that base runner to start the inning. And then this pitcher for Florida State comes back with a strikeout. So great game for her so far. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the love and support. Thank you so much. Tech trying to steal under the tag. Safe. That was close. Throw was high. Had to throw a bit online. They would have got her. Throw beat her there, but throw was high and not able to get the glove down to get the tag on. So the Red Raiders here threatening with a runner at second. 1 out, down 1-0. Can Florida State find a way to get out of this and get some more runs on the board as they try to get this upset win over the top-ranked Red Raiders? But a great day of college softball. After this game here, let's look at the schedule, see what we have. I know this tournament, there's going to be 17 ranked on ranked matchups. So Tech with a foul ball. Let me pull up the schedule. So today, so after this, we are going to have LSU, Oklahoma State. And then today we're going to finish up with Nebraska and Georgia. And then tomorrow's a lot of good games too. So tomorrow we have Oklahoma State, A&M. Another great game, y'all, that you might want to try to check in on. Carlin Pickens and Tennessee up against Jordy Ball in Nebraska. That's tomorrow at noon. That's going to be an incredible game. Definitely want to keep an eye on that. So after this game here between Tech and Florida State, the last two games of the day, you're going to have LSU, Oklahoma State, and then Nebraska and Georgia to finish out today. So great day of softball, incredible weekend of softball. OU gets things going back tomorrow out there in New Mexico. I'll be doing a live stream for both of those, so make sure y'all tune in and watch it with me, whether you may be at work or at home. Tech with a big swing out to the warning track, and they catch it. Runner will advance to third. She's coming. Ooh. So second out caught at the warning track. The runner for Texas Tech tags up, gets over the third easily, thinks about going home, and quickly has to get back to third base before being thrown out. So great throws getting it in from the warning track back to the catcher as quickly as they did. So here we are, bottom of the third inning. Florida State up 1-0. Tech is threatening. Florida State is challenging that maybe the runner left early at second base when tagging up. It's hard to see. It'd be hard to say from that view right there, but that's what they're checking. Man, if she did leave early, that would be very, very costly for Texas Tech. I don't think she did, though. But Florida State with the challenge, so we'll see. Nope, okay. So here we go, bottom of the third, 2 outs now for Texas Tech. Mia Williams, the transfer from Florida. Here in the batter's box, trying to get that big hit to bring in that runner from third. Quickly a 2-0 count. As Mia struck out in the first, in her first at bat. Struck out looking. Swing and a miss. Would have been ball 3, but she went chasing, swung at a pitch above her head. Sometimes it's very tough to lay off the high ones, for sure. Again, pitch higher in the strike zone at about her neck, shoulder high, swings at it and misses. So quickly, 2-2 for Mia Williams and Texas Tech, trying to tie the game here in the bottom of the third. Pops that one up foul. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate all the support. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button for me. Been a great day of softball so far. As we're tuned in here watching number 1 Texas Tech. Oh, that was pretty. Catcher started to walk. I thought that was strike 3. Oh, right at the knees. Could have been called a strike, but umpire didn't think so. So full count. Williams fouls that one off. So if you just tuned in, number 6 Florida State is up 1-0 over number 1 Texas Tech, bottom of the third. Tech trying to tie the game here. They have a runner at third, 3-2 count, 2 outs. This time she hangs. Mia doesn't swing at the high one, takes ball 4. So the Red Raiders now have a runner at first and third, 2 outs. See if Florida State can't get out of this mess. As you see, Florida State has an arm warming up over there in the bullpen. Strike 1. Can Florida State get the big out right here to get out of this mess? This one's a pop-up. Oh, great catch, son. Definitely a factor. Second baseman catches that ball out there in the right field, but she definitely needs to put on some shades. As she falls to the ground on her knees, but able to hang on to that ball. So Texas Tech threatening there in the third inning. Had a runner there at third, not able to get him home. So going to the top of the fourth, y'all, we see Florida State now 1-0 over number 1 Texas Tech. Y'all let me know in the comments, what's your prediction? You seen that Teresa had 5-3, I had 4-2. Douglas has 4-3. And I'm kind of like Douglas here. It's going to make my year if Tech doesn't win. Never going to root for them this year here. So as to me, where we see Oklahoma build through through the high school ranks and the recruiting and all that, they bring in some transfer portals, but like we saw in football with Texas Tech, they're just trying to buy a team, trying to buy the talent, bring it in, and hopefully it would somehow become a national title. But I don't think the transfer portal is something that you can rely on all the time, because then it's just year in, year out. You're always trying to get in new people. I don't think that's going to be the recipe for success. I don't believe. I think you have to have a mix between recruiting and, of course, bring in oh, you brought in just a couple. Bring in just what you need. But Texas Tech brought in 8 transfers, y'all. 8 transfers this offseason. So I definitely don't think this is a recipe for success. I don't see it. This year, I get what they're thinking, as Najee Kennedy is a senior, so this is the last time that they're going to have her. So can they bring in enough talent to build around her and somehow get a national title? Because Najee Kennedy is somebody that you just can't replace. I don't care who they bring in. Don't care how much money you spend. Doesn't matter. She's just one of those players that we're never going to see again as a pitcher, I don't think. That she's just been incredible her whole career. Started out at Stanford. A lot of buzz that she was going to come to Oklahoma. And then as it kind of progressed, Tech offered a ton of money. And we're able to get her services. So here we are. Top of the 4th inning, Florida State up 1-0. Can Florida State extend their lead right here? Fly ball out to left field. As the outfielder catches it on her knees. Thought she bobbled it there for a second, but able to hang on, gets both hands on it for out number 1. Caitlin Terry, the transfer pitcher from UCLA, working quick in the strike or in the circle, wasting no time. Ball 1 up high. Strike 2. Ooh. That was a close one. Right by the knees. Could have been called a strike. They didn't call it for Florida State, and they're not going to call it now for Texas Tech. So good looking pitch, though. Swing, strike 3. So quickly, 2 outs for Texas Tech here in the top of the 4th inning. Low, ball 1. Florida State looking to get anything, get some base runners, try to extend this lead, get a little bit of insurance. Low, ball 2. So if you just tuned in, it's been a great day of softball so far, as we've seen number 8 Nebraska and Georgia Ball beat LSU, number 10 LSU, 6-0. Ball 3. So 3-0 count for the Florida State batter. And then after the LSU Nebraska game, we've seen Oklahoma State almost blow a 6-0 lead, but able to hang on and beat Georgia 6-5. So been great softball to start the day. This game right here, a great stop. Great defense by Tech. Dives for the ground ball at third, able to get it over there and get the runner in time. So going to the bottom of the 4th, Florida State still up 1-0 over number 1 Texas Tech. Some great defense right there by Texas Tech, though. Great defense. Ooh. Really, really close there at first base, but they don't challenge. Really, really quick game. Thank you guys for tuning in here with me on a Thursday afternoon. While you're in here, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button for me. My next goal is trying to get to 700. We're slowly but surely getting there. You guys can also find me on X, Twitter, at BlessVet. So if you want to follow me there, I would appreciate that. As I'm going live on both, so that way if you're at work and not able to be near a TV or just, for whatever reason you just can't tune in, you can always catch me on X or Twitter also. It's been a great day of softball, though. Great day of softball. Got 2 more games to go after this. They're in Clearwater. I'm going to try to go as long as I can here today, as I'm doing 2 games, I'm doing the 2 OU games tomorrow. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to go today. I'm going to try to go as long as possible, though. So I want to say thank you again. Appreciate y'all being here with me, spending some of your Thursday here with me as we watch Florida State trying to get the big upset over Texas Tech. As they talked to Hall of Fame coach Lonnie Alameda there for Florida State. For all of y'all watching, weather there is incredible. There in Florida, everybody's in shorts and a t-shirt. If not at the softball game, that they're at the beach. I'm pretty jealous. I'm up here in the St. Louis area, so pretty jealous that I can't be wearing shorts and a t-shirt. So we have seen a lot of rainouts the last couple of years there in Clearwater, but this year, weather looks incredible. Beautiful, beautiful weather there in Florida. They're showing the stats for Lonnie and her Hall of Fame career there at Florida State, what all she's done. All right, so here we go, bottom of the 4th. McKenna Reed from Portland, Oregon, the senior pitcher out here for Florida State. Up high, ball 1. As McKenna's had a great day so far here against the Red Raiders. Red Raiders only with a couple singles, not too much to talk about offensively. It's been a clean game, both sides, pitching, defense, no errors, just a clean game. Just a great, great, great softball game. Hard hit ball down third baseline. Able to take care of it quickly for the first out at the bottom of the 4th. Like me, Teresa, and Douglas predicted, can Florida State get the upset win today? We all predicted it. Will it become reality? Long way to go. Long fly out there to right field for the out number 2. So quickly, 2 outs now for Texas Tech here in the 4th. This has been a really, really, really fast-paced game for sure. Pitch up high. So Florida State able to get 2 outs in just 4 pitches. Pretty crazy. But a 1-0 count here on this batter for Texas Tech. Fouls that one away, so we got a 1-1 count. As Florida State is quickly trying to get a quick 3 up, 3 down. Get back in the dugout and try to extend this lead. Low in the dirt, ball 2. As Najee Kennedy is over there getting some swings in, as she'll be next to bat. Hopefully we don't see her until the next inning. Low, ball 3. Better thought about it. But now we're looking at a 3-1 count. High, ball 4. So with bottom of the 4th inning, we got 2 outs. Texas Tech has a tying run at first base. As she got a free pass, and here comes Najee Kennedy trying to give Tech the lead or at least tie the game. She's 0 for 1 so far in the year with a 143 batting average, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. So we're going to have a quick meeting at the circle. As Lonnie's coming out, as we're going to see a pitching change. As Reed had a great day. Three and 2/3, gave up a couple hits, no runs. Got out of a couple jams, but had a good day overall. But Florida State here with the pitching change, trying to get this last out of the 4th to maintain that 1-0 lead. We go to commercial break real quick, but thank y'all for being here. Thank you for the support. I know it's kind of an odd time for softball on a Thursday, but this is, to me, one of the best weekends of college softball, minus the postseason and the conference play, or like the conference tournaments and, of course, postseason. But this, during the regular season, this is one of the best by far. As we have 17 ranked unranked matchups. So incredible games all weekend. It started this morning at 9 o'clock our time. Nebraska with the big win over LSU 6-0. Game 2 was Oklahoma State and Georgia. OSU had a big lead, 6-0. They're cruising. Georgia comes fighting back, gets it all the way to 6-5 with the chance to tie or win the game, and they came up short. So OSU held on 6-5 in that one. And then here, as you saw, me and Teresa and Douglas, we all predicted that Florida State would get the upset win. So far, so good here in the bottom of the 4th. As we have 2 outs. A runner at first for Texas Tech and Najee Kennedy. The big-time pitcher for Tech is here in the batter's box trying to give her team possibly the lead. Florida State just made a pitching change. As they make a few more changes out there defensively in the outfield. Trying to get this big massive out. And keep the shutout intact for Florida State. The catcher had to go for Florida State to fix something with her mic and her earphone for communication purposes, and she's having trouble getting everything back together. Still having trouble. As you see him talking there, I'm not sure what's going on while we're Lonnie coming out to tell the umpire all the changes. As they made the pitching change and then also some defensive changes out in the outfield. So Lonnie getting all that squared away with the umpire. But if you just tuned in, Florida State, number 6 in the country, is up 1-0 over number 1, Texas Tech, bottom of the 4th. Some changes being made here for Florida State. This is taking a lot more time than expected. Lonnie's still talking there to the umpire. Usually does not take this long to give some changes to the umpire, but for whatever reason. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate the support. Lonnie's still explaining to the umpire what she's trying to do here defensively with all the changes, not only at the pitching mound, but also in the outfield. Looks like we got that squared away finally, so here we go. Bottom of the 4th, 2 outs. Florida State up 1-0 over Texas Tech. Number 1, Texas Tech. Tech has a runner at first. The one-day Hall of Famer, Najee Kennedy, is in the batter's box trying to either tie or possibly take the lead here for Texas Tech. And now Texas Tech making some changes. So Florida State with a lot of changes. Tech making a couple changes. Najee still waiting to get up here and bat. Man, y'all, it's been like 5 minutes of just both teams talking to the umpire about the changes. And all right, so here we go. Najee finally in the batter's box. We're going to get this going. Bottom of the 4th, 2 outs. Tech has a runner at first, down 1-0 to Florida State. Strike 1 as Najee chases one low and away. Couldn't hold up. So strike 1 for Najee Kennedy as Florida State is trying to get out of this jam. Takes that one low. Ball bounces away. The runner's going to advance to second. So now we have the runner is in scoring position on a wild pitch right there. Ball just goes off the catcher. Goes towards third base, but damage was done as Tech now has a runner in scoring position. 1-1 count to Najee Kennedy here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. Takes ball 2 up high. If you're just now tuning in, it's been a great day of softball. We saw number 8 Nebraska beat number 10 LSU earlier, 6-0. Thought about it, ball 3 for Najee Kennedy here. In game 2 of the day, we saw Oklahoma State hang on. Almost blew a 6-run lead, but they were able to hang on 6-5 over Georgia. So the SEC is now 0-2 to start the day. So kind of a rough start for the SEC. As Kennedy is walked. So Tech now with runners at first and second, 2 outs, down 1-0. Florida State just made the pitching change a few moments ago, so can they get out of this jam? as they make a switch for Nasri Kennedy, bring her back to the dugout with a pinch runner. This is game 3 of the day here in Clearwater. It's been a great day of softball so far, y'all. Phenomenal day. Every game has been ranked on ranked. Tech looking to try the game here somehow, some way. Hopefully Florida State can find a way to get out of this 4th inning jam. Oh, that was a pretty pitch. Umpire didn't think so, but that was pretty. Thought that was right over the outside corner there, but again, there we go. Strike, I was going to say. If he didn't call that a strike, I don't know what he would want. Great pitch on the outside right there. Strike 1. So Tech down 1-0, bottom of the 4th. Runner on first and second, 2 outs. And a 2-1 count to the batter. As Florida State is going to get out of this mess as a ground ball back to the pitcher for the 3rd out. So Texas Tech had a couple of base runners threatening to try to get this game tied. Could not come through. So going to the 5th inning, Florida State up 1-0 over number 1 Texas Tech. So Teresa and Douglas, so far so good, y'all. So far so good. Would love to see Florida State come out here with a big offensive inning, put up 3-4 runs, build this lead. As Texas Tech has a really good offensive lineup. They definitely have some bats. But so far, been able to hold them down. They've had a couple singles throughout the game, but not able to get anything across. Florida State got their run early in the game as they had a runner on first. And the batter came up and hit a in the gap in right center. The ball was hit right into right center in the gap, goes to the wall, and the runner for Florida State scores all the way from first. And so that's how we got to the 1-0 score. So it's been a quiet couple innings, not a whole lot going on. But unless you're a Texas Tech fan, you're pretty happy with what you see so far in this game. As I would love to see the upset. As I said, I don't think anybody at this Clearwater tournament is going to come out of it without a loss. I think everybody gets at least one. I would be really, really surprised if any of these teams come out of here with a undefeated record. I don't see it. The competition there is just too good. Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA, has thrown a great game. Gave up that one big, massive hit. I believe that was in the second inning. But since then, it's been lights out for the most part. So here we are, top of the fifth. Florida State up 1-0. Trying to get some insurance right here in this inning. Takes that one ball up high. Thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it. On a Thursday afternoon. As tomorrow we have Oklahoma. They play out in New Mexico tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock. So I'll be doing a live stream for both of those. But for today, it's just enjoying this Clearwater Invitational there in Florida. A lot of great games there all weekend long. Fouls that one off. So a 1-2 count now for the batter here for Florida State in the top of the fifth inning. trying to extend that lead. Better will take that ball too. So 2-2 count. That one goes foul. Yep, just out of the out of the reach for the third baseman. Can Florida State somehow get a base runner right here? Try to put a little bit of pressure on that defense. Try to get something going here in the fifth inning for the Seminoles. It's going to be a pop-up over in the foul territory. Caught by the right fielder, so one down for Florida State here in the fifth inning. Takes that one ball low in the dirt. Can Florida State find a way to get a base runner? Just try to get something going here in the fifth. Another pop-up. Just goes foul. One now for the Seminole batter here. Thank y'all for being here today with me. I appreciate it on a Thursday afternoon. So I appreciate y'all being here with me. Wherever you may be watching from, let me know in the comments. Our goal here on this channel this softball season is to get fans from every state across the country. I'm going to have a map put up right here, hopefully by tomorrow. Hopefully it comes in and I'll have it put up right here behind me. So we'll be able to keep track of where all you guys are watching from. A diving attempt by the right fielder out there for Texas Tech on a foul ball. Great effort, just not able to get there in time. Extends all the way out and just out of the reach of her glove. But great effort by that right fielder for Tech in the gravel. Big strikeout right there. So 2 outs now for Florida State. As Caitlin Terry not only works fast in the pitching mound, they're in the circle, but she's definitely locked in. She's wasting no time to throw these pitches. She is not messing around at all. I like that. I'm not a fan of the pitchers taking their time and walking around. I'm not a fan. So I like these pitchers that are just in here to work. Let's get it done. Let's go. I like to see that. Foul ball by Florida State. Now with a 1-1 count. Up 1-0 here in the top of the fifth inning over Texas Tech. Florida State got their one lone run off of a right center gap double. The runner was able to score all the way from first base. And ever since then, it's not a whole lot of fireworks at all offensively. Really quick game. And as you've seen, Teresa predicted 5-3. I said 4-2. Douglas had 4-3. So definitely going to be a low scoring Close game all the way through. Florida State right up to center field. So Florida State goes 3 up, 3 down there in the 5th inning. Be really excited to see Tech go down and take their first loss of the season. In some of the polls, Tennessee is number 2. So Carlin Pickens in Tennessee. They're also here in Clearwater. They have some tough matchups this weekend. So a lot of the top teams you're going to see are going to take their first loss. We've seen Nebraska give LSU number 10 their first loss earlier today, 6-0. And then we just watched Oklahoma State beat Georgia 6-5. Almost blew a 6-0 lead, but able to hang on. So the SEC off to an 0-2 start here in the Clearwater tournament. A lot of games left to play, so hopefully we see that record improve, but kind of a rough start for the SEC. So if you're a fan of softball, this weekend, if you're not watching Oklahoma, definitely tune in there. All the games are on ESPN, but definitely tune in to this Clearwater tournament. 17 ranked, unranked matchups. As we saw Nebraska beat LSU earlier, Nebraska this weekend also has Texas Tech, and they also have Tennessee. So Nebraska's had a tough schedule. Started out last weekend as they split with number 1 Texas. They split with, I forgot their rank, but Washington. They just beat LSU, and now they still have Tech and Tennessee. So Jordy Ball in Nebraska, a ridiculous schedule to start the season, or for them. But here we are, bottom of the 5th, 0-1 count for Tech. Off the wall. I thought that was going to be a home run for Tech, but stays in the park. Bounces off the wall for a leadoff double. So big start for Texas Tech here in the 5th inning. Man, I thought that was a home run. Goes off the ball there in right center, or off the wall there. Man, I thought that was a big home run for Tech. But it stays in the park, so here we go. Tech with a runner at second, no outs, bottom of the 5th, down 1. As you see the batter try to bunt this runner over to third. Mia Davis, the center fielder for Texas Tech, looking to advance this runner. Line drive at the center field. Tech is going to tie this game up at 1. A line drive hit out to center. Great hit by Tech. And here we are now in the bottom of the 5th with a 1-1 game. The bats for Texas Tech have woken up a little bit now with a double and now a single to start the 5th inning. As Florida State is going to make a pitching change. Try to minimize the damage here for themselves. Keep this game tied at 1. Would love to see a double play right here. as Jazzy Francic is now the new pitcher for Florida State, looking to come in and shut down the Red Raiders here in the 5th inning and keep this game tied at 1. I want to thank y'all for being here with me. I appreciate it. On a Thursday afternoon, as we've been watching this Clearwater tournament, one of the best tournaments all year in college softball. Today started out with a 6-0 victory for Nebraska and Jordy Ball as they beat number 10 and at the time undefeated LSU 6-0 to get that victory. And then we just seen Oklahoma State hang on to beat Georgia 6-5. And if you just tuned in here to this game, Florida State and Texas Tech just tied the game at 1 here in the 5th inning with the single. They've had back-to-back hits now. As Florida State just made a pitching change, trying to minimize this damage and get out of this 5th inning with it staying tied. Hard hit ball goes foul though down left base, right on the third baseline. Florida State, one of 3 D1 teams yet to trail this season. Wow, that's crazy. Well, hopefully it stays that way today, for sure. I would love to see Florida State get this big win and upset number 1, Texas Tech, for sure. Never this season am I going to be ever rooting for Texas Tech. It's not going to happen. Ball 2, low and away in the dirt. So a couple big hits here for Texas Tech. The new pitcher looking to find a way to get it out. Shut down the momentum here of Texas Tech. As Tech is very aggressive on the bases, they steal second base. The throw was off and it wouldn't have been there in time anyway. So Tech now was able to tie the game and now put the go-ahead run at second base with Mia Williams, the transfer from Florida. Now a Red Raider looking to give the Raiders a lead here in the 5th. Bouncer down to third, throws it over to first, safe. Error by Florida State. She waited too long, was trying to run back the runner to second, waits too long to throw it to first, and Mia Williams was able to run that out. So a critical mistake right there. Should have been out at first. She hangs onto the ball too long. Just an error. You can't do that. Texas Tech now coming into the 5th inning. They were down 1-0. They had a double, then they had a single, and then they had a walk, and now they've got a hit off of an error from the third baseman for Florida State, and now have a runner on first and second with no outs. So Florida State quickly needs to find a way to get the momentum back in their favor because it's all going Texas's Tech way right now. Strikeout would be huge right here. Tech trying to get the bunt down, goes foul. As the batter here trying to advance the runners to second and third with only an out. Trying to take the lead here in the 5th inning, here in the Clearwater tournament there in Florida. Tech has been quiet all day so far up to this 5th inning, and this 5th inning been totally different. They've got the bats going with a single, a double. They've stolen the base Florida State had an error. So here we sit, Florida State, Tech tied at 1, bottom of the 5th. Tech has a runner on first and second, no outs. A bounce at a short. Do they get 2? So they call her safe. Or they calling her out. Ooh, that's close. She was safe when they slow it down, she was safe. They call her out. As the head coach comes out and he's letting the umpire know how he feels about this. If you look at the review, there, she was safe if you slow it down. In real time, that would have been tough, but a huge double play. So could Florida State get out of this now with 2 outs? The go-ahead run over there at third base for Texas Tech, but what a huge double play. A 2-0 count now. Foul ball down to the third baseline. Man, this would be huge. Tech was able to tie the game at 1, had a runner on first and second, and Florida State just gets a massive, massive double play. Oh, great pitch. Umpire doesn't think so. So a 3-1 count now for the batter here for Texas Tech. The go-ahead run over at third base. Florida State just looking to get this start out any way they can and get out of this 5th inning jam. Ball 4. So another free pass here by Florida State. Hopefully this does not cost them. I mean, up until this inning, Florida State played a clean game all the way through in all phases. 5th inning here, pitching's been a little rough. They had that error earlier by the third baseman when she hit onto the ball too long. But with all that, it's still a 1-1 game, and they can still get out of this. And see if they can't make any damage here in the 6th inning and get this lead back. One 0 count now for the batter. Beautiful pitch, strike 1. So 1-1 count here for the batter for Tech. Tech stole the base, so now they have runners at second and third, 2 outs. Big moment in this game. Ball is hit to the outfield, over the head of the right fielder. 2 runs are going to score. Tech is now going to be up 3-1. Initially, when that ball was hit, I thought she was going to be able to get to it and catch it, but just over the head of the right fielder, bounces off the wall, and Tech now with a 3-1 lead. Oh, man. So the error by the third baseman earlier, the free pass, Texas Tech makes them pay for it. Errors and free passes can definitely hurt you, and Tech made them pay here. So Tech now coming into the 5th inning was down 1-0. Now find themselves up 3-1. Florida State is trying to get out of this mess, get back into the dugout. They have 2 outs. Ball hit, caught by second baseman, but the damage is done. Damage has been done. Tech puts up 3. And we head to the 6th inning now with Tech up 3-1 over number 6 Florida State. Big inning there for the Red Raiders. Two more games to go there in Clearwater on the day. The next game is going to be LSU and Oklahoma State, and then they'll finish up there in Clearwater with Nebraska and Georgia. So two more big games after this. I'm going to try to go as long as I can. I don't know how long I'll be able to go, but we'll see. And then tomorrow, my plan is I'm going to do a live stream for both OU games. They start out tomorrow there in New Mexico. First game's at 11 o'clock against Montana. And then they finish up tomorrow against New Mexico State. So two games tomorrow for the Sooners. I'll be doing both of those, but definitely be keeping an eye on this Clearwater tournament and what's going on. A couple more huge matchups I'm really excited to see, as at some point this weekend there, we're going to see Jordy Ball in Nebraska go up against this Texas Tech team. That game is going to be incredible. I can't wait for that one. And then also we're going to see Nebraska against Carlin Pickens and Tennessee. So two games I can't wait to see those. Those are going to be incredible matchups. The pitching for those, man. Two of the best between those two games, three of the best pitchers to ever do it, between Carlin Pickens, Jordy Ball, Najee Kennedy. I mean, if you're a softball fan, you got to love that. Caitlin Terry out here for Texas Tech, the transfer from UCLA. Still here in the circle as we go into the sixth inning of this game, as she now has a 3-1 lead, looking to close this thing out. See what Florida State can do here, now trailing for the first time this season. See if we can't cut into this lead a little bit and hopefully get the lead back for the Seminoles. Trying to pull the big upset over number 1 Texas Tech. Everything looked great up until this last inning. Tech was really quiet on the bats, but Florida State had an error, had a couple of walks, they gave some free passes, and it cost them. Florida State now with a 1-2 count. No outs here in the top of the sixth inning, down 3-1 to number 1 Texas Tech. She fouls that one away. I want to say thank you, and I appreciate all of you being here with me today on a Thursday afternoon as we watch some college softball. Make sure you guys hit that like button for me and that subscribe button, as I love doing softball content, OU content, and also giving love and appreciation to our military and troops, as I'm an Army vet. Error right there by Texas Tech. So it has been a clean game on both sides, and we've seen now an error for both teams here in the last inning. So will that error cost Tech here? We will see. So Florida State now runner at first, down 3-1. Better take strike one right down the middle. Caitlin Terry just threw her 75th pitch of the day. Florida State with a hit to the outfield, but right to the left fielder. Hard hit ball, but right to the left fielder. So one out now for Florida State here in the sixth inning, trying to mount this comeback. It's been a great day of college softball. Nebraska got the first win of the day over LSU, and then we've seen Oklahoma State beat Georgia 6-5. And now here in the third game of the day, Florida State had a lead through 4.5 innings, kind of fell apart a little bit, gave up a big 2-run double, and Tech has grabbed the lead 3-1. So Florida State now, the first time this year, they're trailing, but trying to get some magic and get a spark here with the bats here in the 6th inning. They have a runner at first. We have 1 out. Takes that one low, ball 2. So 2-1 count now for the Florida State batter. Takes another one way high out of the strike zone, ball 3. Would definitely take a walk here. Just got to get some base runners. Put a little bit of pressure on the pitcher and the Texas Tech defense. Fouls that one away. So full count now for the batter here for Florida State. Thought it was ball 4. Umpire thinks definitely a call strike 3. So Florida State now with 2 outs. She started trotting down the first base. Umpire called strike 3. She did not like it, but it gets her back and goes back to the dugout. So Florida State now has 2 outs. Runner at first. Would love to see a 2-run homer right here. Tie this game up. The same pitch that he just called the strikeout on that girl that just batted. Almost the exact same pitch as and he calls it a ball. Crazy. Good pitch, strike 1. 2-1 count now for the Florida State batter. Tying run there here at home plate. Florida State has a runner at first, 2 outs, down 2. That one's a little high, ball 3. That was really close. 3-1 count now for Florida State. Big foul ball. Goes way foul out left field. Way out of territory, but man, that ball was hammered. Just goes foul. Out of play. So here we go, full count. Florida State trying to tie this game, down 3-1 in the 6th inning to number 1 ranked Texas Tech. Ball is hit over the right fielder for Tech. Runners going. Safe. Big hit. There we go. So Florida State able to get one of these runs back with a 2-out double over the outfielder's head there for Texas Tech. Man, so a lot of damage being done with 2 outs the last inning by both teams. So the right fielder raises her arm and just the ball goes over the glove. But a massive hit for Florida State there. Now the lead is now just 3-2 for Texas Tech. Tying run at second base. Go ahead run coming up here to bat. as Tech comes out to talk to the pitcher. Quick meeting there to circle. We're going to get back to it. Caitlin Terry now fixing to throw her 89th pitch. So whether Tech is able to hold on to the lead or not, I feel like we're obviously going to see Nasri Kennedy, I would feel like, in the 7th inning. Big swing and strike one. Florida State trying to tie this game. Down 3-2. Top of the 6th inning to number 1 Texas Tech. Fouls that one off so quickly now. She's down 0-2. 90 pitches here for Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA for Texas Tech. Can Florida State somehow find a way to get a big hit here with 2 outs? Fouls another one off. Tying run there at second base for the Seminoles. Ball way up high in the strike zone. Wouldn't mind seeing a wild pitch for sure. Advance that runner to third. Inside, ball 2. So these last couple of pitches, great job by that catcher for Tech. They've been a little wild. One up really high and then one really low there and inside. Florida State in foul territory. Tech, the right fielder, able to catch it. So Florida State able to cut the lead. Now just down 1. But we're moving to the bottom of the 6th inning with Texas Tech, number 1 Texas Tech, up 3-2 over number 6 Florida State. So it's been a really, really quiet game up until just recently. Tech got all their runs there in the bottom of the 5th, had a huge 2-out double to score a couple to take the lead. And then we just seen Florida State here get a big hit with 2 outs as they were able to cut the lead from 3-1 to 3-2. So great game. I predicted 4-2. Teresa predicted 5-3. Douglas had 4-3. So Douglas could be right. Teresa, you could be right. Because it's going to take 4 to beat them now. But overall, it's been a great day of softball. Gotta love it. It's been a great, great day of softball. Every game so far here at the Clearwater tournament has been ranked on ranked. So if you're just a fan of college softball, I don't care who you root for. You gotta love what you're seeing here early in this season. A lot of great matchups. It's been a great day of softball. Excited for the Sooners tomorrow. They get started tomorrow at 11 o'clock out there in New Mexico as they'll take on the Montana Grizzlies. And then they wait about a half hour, and then they will finish up tomorrow against New Mexico State. I'll be doing a live stream for both of those. So join me as we watch the Sooners try to get 2 more wins tomorrow out there in New Mexico. But then we will definitely be keeping an eye on this Clearwater tournament for sure. Great games all weekend there. Yeah, the first 4 innings for Texas Tech, 1 for 13, 4 walks. 5th inning, they went 3 for 6, 2 doubles, and 3 RBIs. So the bats for Tech have come alive here late in the game. But here we are, Texas Tech up 3-2, bottom of the 6th inning. 1-0 count here for the Texas Tech batter. Thought that was going to be ball 2, calls that was low, but calls the strike, so 1-1. Thank y'all for being here today. I appreciate it. Ball 2. Just a little outside. Oh, pretty pitch right down the middle, 2-2. Hopefully we see a really quiet inning for Texas Tech. Hopefully we see a 3 up, 3 down. They don't get anything going here. Tech batter here with the 2-2 count. That one a little low, ball 3. So what does Florida State do here? Would love to see a strikeout. Better swing for Texas Tech at the warning track in center field, just stays in for the first out. Wow. I thought that might be a home run there for Texas Tech, but just stays in the ballpark at the warning track there in center field for the first out. For Florida State right here, you got to get 3 up, 3 down. Don't give any momentum to this Texas Tech offense. Keep them quiet. And then, go into the 7th inning. You're down to 3 outs, but give your chance to win. But give yourself a chance to win. Just going to take 1 to tie. But I wonder if we're going to see Najee Kennedy here in the 7th inning for Tech, as Caitlin Terry, the transfer from UCLA, has pitched the whole game for Tech, and she's between 90 and 95 pitches, so getting up there a little bit, and they have a lot of big games left this weekend, so definitely want to keep an eye on the pitch count for everybody. Tech batter now with a 3-0 count. So the Clearwater tournament, 4 days, 40 games, 10 of the top 16 teams are here, which is crazy, just crazy. Two count now. Thought about it, able to hit or hold the bat back. It's going to be a full count now. For just tuning in, number 1, Texas Tech up 3-2 over number 6, Florida State. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Big strikeout. Ball was a little low, but umpire calls it a strike. Tech batter didn't like it, and she thought it was ball 4. But a massive, massive strikeout there for Florida State. 2 outs now. High and inside, ball 1. Tech just trying to have a quick 3 up, 3 down and get to the 7th inning, just trying to get 1 run to tie it. Don't let Tech get any insurance here in the 6th inning. Strike 1. This has been a great game as advertised. This has been a great softball game. Oh, that was pretty. Umpire here is getting a little bit inconsistent. He just called it a strike, and now it's a ball. The pitcher for Florida State smiles. I'd be a little confused too. Doesn't make any sense. But here we are, 2-1, or 2-1 count. Now 3-1 count. Tech trying to get anything, something going, so they can try to extend their lead here late in the game, as they're up 3-2 over number 6 Florida State. That's funny that the umpire has been a little bit all over the place with the strike zone. So every time the pitch is thrown, everybody waits because they don't know what's going to be called. But a free pass right there by Florida State. So bottom of the 6th inning, number 1 Texas Tech up 3-2 over number 6 Florida State. 2 outs. Tech has a runner at first, trying to extend this lead. As Tech is going to bring in a pinch runner here. Tech now at the top of their lineup. Mia Davis up to bat, the center fielder. Trying to get something going here for Florida State, or for Texas Tech, sorry. Inside. Almost hit her. We definitely don't want to see that. Don't need to hit none of the batters here. Pitch was low. Thought it was going to be a ball. Late strike called by the home plate umpire right there. So 1-1 count. Now for Texas Tech here with ball 2. Two 2-1 count now for the batter. Tech has a runner at first, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Tech hanging on to a 3-2 lead over number 6 Florida State. Again, batter has to turn away and turn her back, almost hit her. That's 2 pitches now, where she's almost taking a shot here in the back. 3-1. Got her on the call. Tech being aggressive, trying to steal second, thrown out at second. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 3-2, Texas Tech going to the 7th inning. As number 10 LSU and Oklahoma State, number 23, they're getting started here on ESPNU. We're going to stay locked into this game, though. See how this game finishes out, but great softball all day. So you have LSU and Oklahoma State, and then the last game of the day, we're going to see Georgia and Nebraska. And that'll be the last game of the day. Just checking some scores here real quick. We're going here to the 7th inning. Florida State down 3-2. Down to their last 3 outs. So can we see Florida State somehow, some way, try to get some fireworks going here and make a comeback and try to get the upset victory over number 1 Texas Tech? Caitlin Terry, the transfer pitcher from UCLA, now at Texas Tech, getting up there a little bit in pitch count. Struggled a little bit the last inning. Okay, so she is out now pitching. I thought we might see a pitching change, but Caitlin Terry's still out there as she's approaching 100 pitches for the game. So here we go, top of the 7th inning. Tech up 3-2. Florida State down to their last 3 outs of the game. And if you want, you can turn it over to ESPNU and you can start or watch the start of the LSU Oklahoma State game. Ball high. So 1-1 count to start the 7th inning here for Florida State trying to get a comeback. They had a lead the majority of the game, had a rough 5th inning. Tech able to come back with a big 2-out double that knocked in 2 runs for Texas Tech. Florida State able to get one of them runs back this last inning. So can they tie it here or even take the lead and have a 7th inning comeback? Would love to see it. Would love to see Texas Tech go down. Ball high, ball 2, so 2-2 count. Would have been ball 3. She swings, fouls it off. So 2-2 count. Here comes the 100th pitch from Caitlin Terry. Pick it out to the shortstop. She's able to make it safe. So Florida State with the leadoff hit. There you go. Exactly what you want. Hard hit ground ball out to short. Tried to make the play, just not able to come through with it. Runner was able to beat out the throw. So Florida State with the leadoff single. And as I thought, Tech with a pitching change. Here comes Najee Kennedy trying to shut this down. With a 3-2 lead here in the 7th inning for Texas Tech. Najee Kennedy here, the senior from Topeka. A lot of people thought she was going to go to Oklahoma a year ago. Tech came in late with huge money. So she finds herself there at Texas Tech. And then, of course, last year, Texas Tech was able to knock out Oklahoma as they were in pursuit of a 5-peat. Was able to knock out Oklahoma and find themselves in the Champ Series. It goes to Game 3 against Texas. Texas able to hold on and get that win. This offseason, Texas Tech brought in 8 transfers. They spent a lot of that oil money, the boosters did, trying to find a way to get them a roster that would get them a national title there in Lubbock, Texas. But here we are early in the season. Tech hanging on to a 3-2 lead. Can Kennedy come in and close this out? Or can Florida State find a way to get a big home run or find a way to at least tie it, but maybe even go up 4-3? All right, so Najee done with the warm-up pitches. Here we go. Top of the 7th inning, Tech up 3-2. Florida State looking for a big comeback right here, who I think is probably against the most feared pitcher in college softball for sure, Najee Kennedy. A lot of folks happy that she's a senior this year. So ball hit out to right field. First out of the 7th inning. So Florida State down 1, has a tying run over there at first base. Tech brings in Najee Kennedy to shut this down. And Florida State here trying to get a huge comeback. Fouls that one off, so 0-1 count to start out for the batter here. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate it. It's been a great time. It's been a great day of softball, for sure. Strike 2, right down the middle. In Najee Kennedy's career, 49% of her outs have been recorded by strikeout. She has 882 strikeouts for her career. Just insane numbers. Insane. High in the zone. So now we're looking at a 1-2 count. 1 out, 1 on for Florida State. Down 1 here in the 7th inning. Takes that one up high, ball 2. Do the Florida State Seminoles have any 7th inning magic in them? Takes that one low, ball 3 in the dirt. So started out quickly with an 0-2 count, and now we're looking at a full count. Fouls that one off. So full count, top of the 7th inning. Number 1, Texas Tech hanging on to a 3-2 lead over number 6, Florida State. Florida State has 1 on, 1 out. Did she? Oh, what a catch. Wow. Wow, are you kidding me? It looked like the ball was going to be a home run. They were going to take the lead. The left fielder catches it at the wall, jumps up and catches it. I thought that was going to be a home run, and Florida State was going to have the lead. So did everybody else. And they take up the runner from first. Wow. I thought this was it. I thought this was going to be the comeback. Left fielder waits, jumps up in the air, and catches it at the wall. Now, it would have hit the top of the wall, and it would have bounced back in, but that runner definitely would have scored from first. As the Florida State runner, the hitter, you see her going around first, and she's smiling, thinks she has maybe the game-winning home run, and it stays in the ballpark. Wow, what an ending. Wow. So number 1, Texas Tech able to hang on. What an exciting finish there. Tech hangs on to win 3-2 over number 6, Florida State. Just a crazy ending to that game. Everybody thinks it's going to be a home run. Everybody. I really thought Florida State had pulled that off. All right, well, here we go. 4th game of the day. We have Oklahoma State and LSU. Game just underway, bottom of the 1st, no score. LSU got beat earlier today in the 1st game against Nebraska. Looking to bounce back against Oklahoma State, who had a win earlier against Georgia. So hopefully we'll see LSU get a win here. As the SEC, they've started out now 0-2. Man, what an ending to that. What an ending to that Tech game. Man, I really thought Florida State had pulled that comeback. What a day of softball, y'all. What a day of softball. Holy cow. Holy cow. The batter here from Oklahoma State is from England. Wow. Trying to turn two. LSU with a double play to end the first inning. So after one, Oklahoma State, LSU, no score. Great job defensively with the big double play. Stretch by the first baseman. Great defense. All right, y'all. I will be right back. All right, y'all, welcome back. LSU with a big hit. Home run. Big hit here for LSU. To find themselves up 1-0 here in the second inning. Over the number 23 ranked Oklahoma State Cowgirls. Just a no-brainer. Bomb over left center to give the LSU Tigers a quick and early 1-0 lead over Oklahoma State. Thank y'all for being here today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a great day of softball. That ending to number 1 Tech and number 6 Florida State, just incredible. Everybody in the stands on the field thought that Florida State had just hit a 2-run bomb that would have put them up over number 1 Texas Tech in the 7th inning. And somehow the ball stays in the park. The left fielder makes the play, and they were able to tag up the Florida State runner. And then they showed a replay of the batter that hit that ball, and she's running around first, and she's smiling. I think she's hit a possible game-winning home run against Najee Kennedy of all people, and it just stays in the park. And you see her face go from excitement to just incredible ending. I really thought Florida State had come back and got that win right there. But it wasn't meant to be. So number 1, Texas Tech will stay undefeated. They got that big win there over number 6, Florida State. Now, Tech still has a couple good matchups. They have Nebraska still to go in Georgia ball, so that'll be a great one. We're still going to see Tennessee against Nebraska. So a lot of great softball yet to be played here in this Clearwater tournament. If you're an OU fan, Oklahoma will be playing tomorrow. First game's at 11 a.m. And then about a half hour after that, they will play again. I'll be doing a live stream for both of those. But today we're just enjoying some great softball here at the Clearwater tournament. 17 ranked-on-ranked matchups. Just incredible day if you're a softball fan. Even if your team is not in this tournament, it's just incredible softball because you get a chance to watch opponents that you're going to see in SEC play, possibly the postseason. You're going to get to see a glimpse of what they are and what they're about. Just a great day all around. Day started out with Nebraska getting the 6-0 win over number 10 LSU. And then we seen Oklahoma State hang on, almost blow a 6-0 lead, but able to hang on and win 6-5 over Georgia. And then here, we just seen a crazy ending. We saw Texas Tech hang on to win 3-2 against Florida State. I thought we had seen Florida State with a big home run. I thought it was going to be 4-3 Florida or Florida State, but somehow the ball stays in the park. Left fielder makes the catch. Just an incredible swing of emotion, just like that, which is in a matter of a few seconds. Just incredible. Just incredible to see. And here we are now in the 4th game of the day. As LSU is up 1-0, they just hit a bomb over left center a few moments ago. And they're up 1-0 in the top of the 2nd with 2 outs trying to extend their lead over Oklahoma State. Now, this pitcher that we're seeing here for Oklahoma State, Ruby Malin, she came in later in the game against Georgia earlier and almost blew that game. So a chance here for her to bounce back, see what she's made of mentally. But a big, big day of softball. The last game of today is Nebraska and Georgia, I believe, is the next game, and that'll be the last game of today. Things got started at 9 o'clock this morning. I got started around 10, but it's just an incredible day of softball. I'm jealous. The weather there in Florida looks great. People are in shorts and a t-shirt. They're at the beach having a good time. Definitely can't wait to get some weather like that up here in St. Louis. That will be nice. So y'all let me know in the comments where are you guys watching from today. My goal is to try to get fans in here from every state. So we're off to a good start. I think we've had about 10 plus Japan. So thank y'all for spending some of your Thursday here with me. What a great day of softball. This is one of the best tournaments of the year, period, in softball. So you definitely got to enjoy this if you're a softball fan. We're just here at commercial break, so fourth game of the day. And going to the bottom of the second, LSU, number 10, is up 1-0 over number 23, Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State looking to get their second win of the day over an SEC team. As their first game of the day, they were able to knock off the number 17 Georgia Bulldogs. So could be a huge day here for Oklahoma State. LSU trying to bounce back from that loss earlier to number 8 Nebraska. It was LSU's first loss of the season. Full count here for Oklahoma State, bottom of the second. LSU up 1-0. Big strike right there. Full count. As Oklahoma State is trying to tie this game up. Grounded is short. Bounces off the goal a little bit. Runner able to run it out. So with a bobble there by the shortstop, Oklahoma State with a leadoff single to start the bottom of the second inning, down 1-0. Oklahoma State with the bunt, but it goes right back to the pitcher for the first out of the inning. All right, here we go. If you're just tuning in, LSU up 1-0 over Oklahoma State. Foul ball. Ooh, that would have been trouble for LSU. Just goes foul. But if you're just tuning in, number 10 LSU is up 1-0 over number 23 Oklahoma State. Each of these teams have already played one earlier. LSU took a loss to Nebraska. Oklahoma State was able to hang on and beat Georgia. Those were the first two games of the day. And then, of course, we just seen Texas Tech hang on, and what everybody thought was the game-winning home run stayed in the park, and Tech was able to hang on and win 3-2 over number 6 Florida State. So we have this game here where with LSU Oklahoma State. The last game of the day today will be Nebraska and Georgia to finish up day one of this Clearwater tournament. It's been an incredible day. Incredible. Two one count here to the Oklahoma State batter. With the bad throw, Oklahoma State able to get a stolen base. Now having a runner in scoring position. Down one here in the second inning. See if they can't do something with this. Hit out the center field. Thought it may be able to get to the ground, but hung up in the air just long enough. So LSU here with the second out. Trying to hang on to this 1-0 lead against Oklahoma State. Grounder hit to short. Throw to first, out. So after two, LSU is up 1-0 over Oklahoma State. It's been a great day of college softball. This is the fourth game of the day. If you're an OU fan, OU will play tomorrow at 11 and 1 or 2. They play Montana, and then New Mexico State. It should be a easy weekend for Oklahoma. It should be 5 run roll victories, and we should see the Sooners come out of this weekend 8-1 as they go over to California the following weekend there for the Mary Nutter Classic. But here today, it's been a great day with starting this morning. We've seen number 8 Nebraska and Jordy Ball beat number 10 LSU 6-0. And then we've seen Oklahoma State hang on to win 6-5 over Georgia. And then we just seen they're just showing the replay again. We all thought that Florida State had just hit the possible game-winning home run in the 7th inning. Everybody's excited. Florida State thought that they had done it. It stays in the park just enough for that left fielder to catch it, and Texas Tech is able to hang on and beat Florida State 3-2. So if you're just tuning in, number 10 LSU in this 4th game of the day is up 1-0 over Oklahoma State. As LSU is looking to go 1-1 on the day. And Oklahoma State, with the win over Georgia already, Oklahoma State is looking to go 2-0 against the SEC here today in the first day of the Clearwater Invitational. It's just been an incredible day of softball, y'all. You get to wake up, get your cup of coffee. Even if you're at work, just a chance to listen. And thank all y'all for being here today, but just getting the opportunity just to listen or getting to watch great softball all day long. Just a huge weekend ahead of us here for all of us college softball fans. LSU now with a 2-2 count, top of the 3rd inning, with a 1-0 lead. Look at the bounce back from today's earlier loss to Nebraska. And not only get LSU themselves a win, but give the SEC their first win of this tournament. The SEC now 0-2 to start the Clearwater tournament. Ooh, what looked like strike 3, umpire didn't think so. So LSU with the leadoff walk. I'm really, really jealous. Everybody there wearing shorts and t-shirt there in Florida. Man, it must be nice. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. I'm thankful that y'all have been able to hang out with me here on a Thursday morning and now early afternoon, as it has just been an incredible day of softball. Incredible. Emotions are up and down all over the place. We have this game here with LSU and Oklahoma State. There'll be one more game after this with Nebraska and Georgia. And that batter takes one in the back of the leg. So LSU has something going here now with runner on first and second. No outs. Looking to extend this 1-0 lead. Could this be a big inning for LSU? No outs. They have runners on first and second. Up 1-0 here on the top of the third inning. Ball is hit to third. Third baseman goes to tag the runner. She misses the runner. So the runner goes in safe to third, and then they go over to first. Not in time. And with that little error, LSU now, bases loaded, no outs, already up 1-0. Third baseman tries to get the tag, wasn't able to make it. Spins around, not able to get to first base there in time. So what should have been either a double play or at least one out, just not able to get anything done there. So now LSU really threatening with bases loaded and no outs here in the third inning, as they're looking to open this thing up wide open and really put the pressure on Oklahoma State here. All right, so here we go. This could be a massive, massive inning here for LSU as they have bases loaded, no outs. Up 1-0 over Oklahoma State here in top of the third. The Oklahoma State defense playing in, as they're going to try to get the force out at home. Ball hit hard, but goes foul down first baseline. Better fouls that one off. So 1-2 count now for this hitter for LSU. Trying to come up big here in this, what could be a massive, massive inning for LSU. Up 1-0, top of the third over Oklahoma State. Bases loaded, no outs. Takes that one, ball two. So 2-2 count now. This is shaping up to be a great game. They've been great games all day today. Check swing didn't go, so full count. So she's worked herself from an 0-2 count to a full count now. Could we see a bases loaded walk? Here's the pitch. Ball hits the second and goes through the defenders. So with the single, LSU now up 2-0, bases loaded still. Just able to find that little clearance between first and second base there in the infield. Goes through to the outfield. As you see, the LSU runner avoid it, but way to come up big right there. So now LSU up 2-0. Still no outs. Bases loaded. Quickly hit by the pitcher. And an error. An error by the pitcher, what should have been an easy force out at home. Pitcher throws it over the catcher's head. So big mistake right there by the pitcher for Oklahoma State, and LSU gets a third run. What should have been just a very basic out, force out at home, pitcher to catcher, and she just throws it way over the catcher's head. LSU with another run. So still, bases loaded, no outs. LSU now at 3-0. Could this be an avalanche for Oklahoma State right here in the third inning? As LSU started off the second inning with a home run to go up 1-0. We're here into the third. Been some errors here by Oklahoma State. Been some good hitting by LSU, but LSU now at 3-0, top of the third, bases loaded, still no outs. LSU just really, really trying to put it all on Oklahoma State here. A couple really, really costly infield errors. One by the shortstop, one by the pitcher. So Oklahoma State should have already been out of this inning, but man, errors can come back to bite you, and that's what's happened here in the third inning. As LSU has scored 2, have bases loaded, and still no outs. Well, they just got 1. So bases loaded, 1 out. Hit right up the middle, out to center field. Here comes 1. Here comes 2. No play at the plate. Another error by Oklahoma State, and their runners advance to second and third. So Oklahoma State really falling apart here. That's 3 errors now. 3 errors in this inning for Oklahoma State, and LSU is putting it on them. So this third inning has turned into just an avalanche for Oklahoma State. Errors, and LSU is making them pay. Now up 5-0. Still only 1 out. Runners on second and third. LSU looking to bounce back from that loss earlier to number 8 Nebraska. And Oklahoma State won their first game of the day, hung on, had a 6-0 lead, somehow able to hang on and win 6-5. But here in this game, it's been all LSU. Oklahoma State with just costly errors, and LSU making them pay. Here's the pitch. Oh, that was beautiful. Umpire doesn't think so. I thought that was a beautiful pitch on the outside. Now a 2-2 count here for this batter for LSU. LSU has already put up 4 runs this inning, looking to put up more. Errors by Oklahoma State in the infield have cost them tremendously. They should already be out of this inning. Yeah, there's still no, yeah. Hit down the third baseline. Ball over to first. They hold the runner at third. But Oklahoma State there gets a big out, able to hold the runners at second and third. Down 5-0, just looking to get out of this without any more damage. LSU has now put up 4 in this inning alone. Here's the pitch. Big strike call. So 1-1 count. LSU up 5-0. Having a big inning here against Oklahoma State in the third inning at the Clearwater Invitational. Oklahoma State with 3 errors in this inning alone that has helped get LSU to a 5-0 lead, looking to put up more. Same as last time, hit the third, able to hold the runner, get the out. So LSU had put up 4. They had runners on second and third, no outs, and then in back-to-back plays, it's the exact same play over and over. Ball just hit the third baseman, holds the runner at third, able to get it over to first in time. So here we are, top of the third, 2 outs. LSU looking to do some more damage. Already put up 4 in this inning, have runners on second and third, 2 outs. LSU coming off the loss earlier to Nebraska today, and Oklahoma State earlier this morning got a win over Georgia. There's one more game to go today in the Clearwater tournament. It's going to be Nebraska and Georgia, and that will end day 1 of what has been a phenomenal, crazy day of softball. But you love to see this kind of softball early in the season. Big strikeout right there. So LSU with the errors from Oklahoma State are able to put up 4 this inning and now go up 5-0. So what a day of softball. I'm excited to see the Sooners tomorrow as they're out in Nebraska, what am I thinking? Out in New Mexico. They're going to play a couple tomorrow, a couple on Saturday, Valentine's Day. And then they're going to finish up this weekend. They're in El Paso, Texas, as they take on UTEP before they make their way out to California for the Mary Nutter Classic next weekend. I'm going to be live streaming the games tomorrow. We'll see how Saturday goes, and then we'll go from there. But the OU games are going to be on ESPN Plus, and if you're not able to tune in to watch those, or if you're not able to join me, you can always turn it on the franchise and listen to Chris Plank. He's one of the great ones that can do that do this. So tune in to him on the franchise. Just that commercial break here. It's been a great day of softball, the 4th game of the day. These games started at 9 o'clock this morning. It's just been incredible. I love seeing all these early season matchups. Still some great games to go this weekend. You're going to have, depending on the poll, number 2, 3, Tennessee. They're still going to face Nebraska here later on. We just seen Sunday, you're going to have Tech and Nebraska. So Jordy Ball and Nazari Kennedy. Shoot, yeah, sign me up for that. So we've seen a lot of great softball today, but a lot of great top 10 matchups still to come this weekend. If you're an OU fan like me, they have an easier weekend as they should get 5 run roll victories and come out of this weekend 8-1. So I'll be live streaming those, but then definitely keeping an eye on this Clearwater tournament. It would be great to see Oklahoma go to this invitational. Win or lose, just all the experience that all these girls are going to gain, especially for all the younger players. This experience here is going to be invaluable. I mean, they'll be able to grow and mature from this so much as they move forward in their season. Big strikeout by LSU to start this third inning, bottom of the third. Strike one. So this LSU pitcher, she is locked in, wasting no time. Strike two. So quickly, this could be a really quiet 3 up, 3 down. As LSU has a commanding 5-0 lead here in the third inning against Oklahoma State. Fouls that one down third baseline. So still a 1-2 count here for Oklahoma State, bottom of the third inning. LSU up 5-0. Oklahoma State had a really rough top of the third. Going into it, LSU was up 1-0. Just errors and then some timely hits by LSU has given the Tigers a 5-0 lead here in the third inning. Takes that one up and inside. And as an OU fan, this is an opportunity to get to watch Georgia, LSU, of course, Tennessee, A&M is there. So just a good chance to get to watch the other teams that you're going to see in conference play. See what they're about. What are they made of? As Oklahoma's, you're going to see, OU will see a lot of these teams that are on a conference play. Second out of the inning, just a ground ball, throw over to first. Quickly now 2 down for Oklahoma State. Weather there is perfect. No clouds in the sky. Sunny, beautiful. Gorgeous day there in Clearwater, Florida. So one pitch quickly. There's a third out by Oklahoma State. A pop out to left field. A quick and quiet third inning. So here we go to the top of the fourth. LSU is up 5-0 over Oklahoma State. All right, y'all. With that being said, I've been going now for 5 hours. I'm going to come back tomorrow to live stream both of the Oklahoma games tomorrow morning. So I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. It's been a lot of fun. But I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. OU's first game is at 11 a.m., so I'll be in here about 10:45-ish, and we'll get that going. But I want to thank all of you for being here today. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button for me, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, and God bless.